Legislative Budget Committee meeting. First, I think Senator Clays is joining us through WebEx, so I'll just make sure that he's online. Also, I'd like to make a note. The LCC had approved 4 days for us to have interim committees with Legislative Budget Committee, and if you look at the items that we need to address during the interim, I don't know how we're going to get through that in 4 days. So I've already talked to the Speaker of the House, and we may be having a couple of other days that's going to be approved by the LCC, just to let everybody know. We'll go ahead and get started on the first item on the agenda, and that's going to be a presentation on the State General Fund revenue and expenditures. And so I would ask Edward Penner, Principal Economist with the Kansas Legislative Research Department, to the podium. Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to talk about the revenues, and JG will be up after me, and you'll get some more of the expenditure side information from him. But you should have in front of you, as a part of my presentation, 2 documents, 2 two-page memos from our office. The first of those is the final SGF receipts for fiscal year 23. And the second of those is the July receipts, SGF receipts for fiscal 24. I'll primarily be speaking as it relates to the fiscal 23 receipts, but we'll touch briefly upon the July receipts. So if you can look at the 23 receipts, which is dated on the second page, July 7th, at the top right, the table page, that's probably going to be the most useful thing for you to look at. The first thing I would mention is that, probably most noteworthy, the bottom line number there, we finished the fiscal year $52.7 million, or 0.6% ahead of the final revised estimate. That amount does include the effect of the Budget Stabilization Fund transfer of $13 million. So it would have been $65.7 million, but on the last day of the fiscal year, we take 1/2 of the amount that the tax portion of the estimate beat, the tax portion of receipts beat the estimate by, and we transfer that to the Budget Stabilization Fund. The taxes beat the estimate by $25.9 million, and so a transfer to the Budget Stabilization Fund of just less than $13 million was made on that last day of the fiscal year to reduce that final amount. So that tax estimate of that tax margin of $26 million was 0.3% ahead of the final estimate, and all other receipts were $26.8 million, or 3.0% ahead of the final estimate. Within taxes, corporate income tax receipts were $130 million ahead, and individual income tax receipts were $93 million behind. However, it's probably most appropriate to think of those in net of each other because of the SALT Parity Act, as you've kind of been hearing about now, I think, since meetings back in January. That income tax provision enacted in the 2022 session really caused a substantial blurring of the lines of the individual and corporate income taxes, particularly as it relates to the taxes paid by the owners of pass-through business entities. Those historically had been paid on the individual income tax side. With that act, are now paid on the corporate income tax side. So there was a large shift of receipts from individual to corporate income tax. We did our best in the April estimates to account for how much of that we thought there was. Obviously, we did not shift enough money from individual to corporate. And so for the end of year receipts, what I would really advise you do is look at that subtotal that includes individual, corporate, and financial institutions, and see that in total, those 3 taxes were $39.5 million, or 0.7% ahead. In line with that SALT parity comment, though, I would just advise you, and I'll touch a little bit more on this when we talk about the FY24 receipts, is that we will probably shift some money from individual to corporate for fiscal 24 when we revise the fiscal 24 estimate in November. And in all likelihood, the fiscal 25 receipts, where we make our initial estimate at the November estimating time, will hopefully include that in its baseline. We should have, by early November, a pretty good feel for what kind of the total amount of money in play within the SALT Parity Act is. That's certainly our hope. The next thing I would mention is that sales and use tax, they netted out to be 10.2 million or 0.3% behind the final estimate. The only thing I would note there is I don't want that to be read into as too big of a warning sign. That's a really small miss in a $3.58 billion tax source. To be $10 million short for the year is a pretty small miss that really almost nothing to read into. Frankly, for most of these numbers, the main thing is that the revenue estimating group is about as happy as we've been in a long time in terms of how close our bottom line numbers and our total tax numbers are to our revised estimate. Everything else in total wound up being about 3.5 on the tax side, wound up being about $3.5 million behind. That was largely driven by the insurance premiums tax. You can see that it was $4.5 million behind. There was the issue there is that insurance companies were, I guess the way to describe it is, more effective at availing themselves of tax credits than we had anticipated that they would be. The last month of the fiscal year and the first 2 months of the fiscal year are actually months in which insurance companies, by and large, receive. It's a reconciling month, and it typically is refund-oriented reconciliation. So the refunds that the state paid out to insurance companies were a little bit larger than we had anticipated, and that's largely attributable to not their baseline book of business, but just the fact that they availed themselves of tax credits more than we had anticipated. Moving down to the non-tax amounts, the most noteworthy thing there is that interest earnings were $25.5 million ahead of our final estimate. Just so you know, the interest estimate for the current year is also likely too low. The SGF interest earnings estimate is in essence a pretty simple function. It's our average balance multiplied by whatever interest rate the Pooled Money Investment Board is able to get on that balance. Interest rates have continued to move upwards, and so they've been able to get more interest earnings on the balance, and also the balance of the state general fund and those monies whose interest goes back to the state general fund. Those fund balances have remained high, and so that's kind of a two-part story there. When we revised the interest estimate in mid-April, the Pooled Money Investment Board had just brought on board a new executive director, and we knew at the time that we were in some ways operating in the dark at that point of that estimate, just because he was so new. I think he had literally started the week before we revised the estimate, and so we kind of took the same approach that we had prior to then. We were pretty static in our approach there, and we had a pretty good feeling that we were being potentially overly conservative there, but because of the fact that the staff that we were working with was so new, we didn't want to go out on a limb with that estimate. And so it is a pretty good likelihood that when we meet in November, you can expect to see upward revisions to the SGF estimate. And so I will pause there and field whatever fiscal 23 questions there might be, or I can jump right ahead to briefly touching on fiscal 24.
All right, committee, are there any questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Andy, so much. I'm just curious, why in the first paragraph does it say that for the budget stabilization fund that this was an unanticipated transfer, since I thought it would be an anticipated transfer?
So when we make the estimate in November, we do our best to get that estimate to where the margin should be zero. And so we assume that there will be no transfer to the budget stabilization fund because we assume that the estimates are going to be exactly right. If we knew that they would be more, we would estimate more. And so for that reason, the implicit assumption for that transfer annually is zero. But anytime that receipts exceed the final estimate, there is a transfer. So that's why it's an unanticipated transfer.
Thanks. I appreciate that clarification. Just one other thing. You said that the revenue estimating group was happy with where we're at overall on this profile that you provided for us. So could we take that away that we have a fairly good balanced structure right now when it comes to looking at what revenues it takes for our government?
That's not what I meant to say by that. What I meant is that in the last couple of fiscal years, basically since the pandemic started, the revenue estimating group has struggled mightily with getting our hands around the exact implications of the changes to the economy, the changes to state tax law, the changes to federal tax law, the changes to various federal fiscal policies and monetary policies. And our estimates have been farther off than we've been comfortable with at the end of fiscal 22, at the end of fiscal 21, at the end of fiscal 20. This sort of margin, though, that you see here, 0.6% in terms of total receipts, we're much more comfortable with. That's all I meant to say with that comment.
Thank you.
Well, and I would say when you meet in November, I would guess we get to some sense of normalcy, as you were talking about with all the changes that are happening with the state and federal government. I mean, we have a lot of things that are not occurring with the federal government due to the pandemic. And so we should be, like I said, coasting to a sense of normalcy, hopefully.
That would be wonderful, but I'm not going to say that, because if I say that, then it's a surefire way of making it not come to pass.
Going back to Senator Petty's question in regards to the budget stabilization fund, and we might, I know we're going to get this when Dylan happens to have his presentation a little bit. What is the current balance?
I think you'll get that before Dylan's presentation. I think that'll be on
JG?
On JG's document with his presentation here in just a
Okay. Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So taking a look here at retail sales, and I see it's down 13 million, but if it wasn't for inflation, it would be down a lot more. Is that, have you factored anything in about with inflation? I mean, the cost of everything has went up.
Absolutely. That's the primary driver over the last fiscal year or two of the growth in retail sales. If you look at the year-over-year growth in retail sales, it's 0.6%, 3.6% for compensating use to a combined 1.3%. We had 1.3% growth in combined retail sales and compensating use growth in fiscal 23 over fiscal 22, despite the fact that last July, the state eliminated estimated sales and use tax payments, despite the fact that last January, the state began phasing down the food sales tax rate, and despite the fact that last January, the state changed the disposition of revenue percentages to where a higher share of that money went into the highway fund to compensate for the phase down of the food sales tax rate. So there were 3 policy changes that would have served to reduce sales and use tax receipts. And despite all 3 of those, the state still saw 1.3% year-over-year growth in retail sales. And obviously inflation was a very substantial contributor to that over the course of the fiscal year.
Thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you. You touched on part of it with the inflation and the sales tax. We haven't seen a reduction because of the cost of food, but do you still anticipate our returns sticking around that 5%? What are you looking at on our returns for investments?
The interest rate return, I would want to pull up our memo to say exactly what, because as a part of the estimating process, and we published this in the long memo, we do specify the interest rate that the state general fund is projected to earn over the relevant fiscal years that we're estimating. And whenever I'm sitting down and JG's talking, I'll pull up exactly what we estimated, and then it's probably safe to say that if we were redoing that estimate today, we would estimate a little bit higher than what we did estimate in April.
Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
Thank you. Let's go back to the Salt Parity Act. We passed it. Then last year we had a clarification that was requested by both the department and by the accountants on the other side. We didn't pass that, but we've operated under the assumption that the clarification would have happened and it's in effect, correct?
I don't know if that is true. The clarifications that were part of a tax bill that I believe was vetoed and ultimately didn't become law were twofold. One of those related to the way that tax credits, business credits, flowed through in instances of SALT parity. And the other one related to the apportionment of income for taxpayers with multi-state income in pass-through entities. And I don't know if tax filers have acted as if those would become law. If they did, then they could potentially be at risk of having a finding that they didn't. Most of the that they didn't comply with the tax law. Most of the taxpayers who have SALT Parity Act income wouldn't be affected by those two cleanups. Those two cleanups were to facilitate the taxation of relatively small subsets of the SALT parity taxpayers, which was already a smaller subset of the overall Kansas taxpayers. So that cleanup is, while the provisions, I'm not trying to say they have any problems by any means, they aren't widespread across the SALT parity. So SALT Parity Act universe of taxpayers. And so I don't know if we have accounted for that in taxpayers' actual practice, but it's not the law is kind of the important thing.
Or at least the clarification is not the law.
Right, yeah, the SALT Parity Act is the law, and the clarification wouldn't affect most taxpayers who are participating on it.
Have we reached out to the Department of Revenue to find out how they're interpreting it? And whether or not we need to have a clarification next session still, so that everyone's on the same rules?
At the time of the legislative session, they were interpreting it as written, and so we did need the clarification. I don't think they've changed their interpretation of the law by virtue of a revision to the law not being enacted, but I will confirm that with them.
If you would. Also, if we might reach out to some of the individuals that were on the other side advocating for it to find out how they're interpreting it. My memory was that we saw a shift of about $640 million because of this one provision. And I understand it doesn't change our federal dollars, our state dollars, but it changed the federal interpretation.
Yeah, it would change the amount of federal income taxes those taxpayers would have to pay, is the peanut peanut of it. I think it was a little less than 640, but I think that the actual might have been closer to 640. I don't think we built 640 into the total amount shifted. But as you can see, we were probably $100 million off in terms of how much was shifted.
Final point. We used to be provided by the Department of Revenue detailed explanation of which categories of taxpayers and businesses saw increases or decreases in the tax liabilities. I've asked for that a little bit, and nothing ever, people give me a dumb look until I pull out the documents from the Brownback administration. Are those documents available?
I believe so. If I know and understand what you're
Remember what I'm
referring to exactly, it's kind of breaks out taxpayers by a range of income. If that's what you're
and range of income,
yes.
but also it also affects sub-S's and other corporations and how they've affected. When we talk about the overall tax liability, both state and federal, I'm guessing that there's some categories that have seen a $600 million reduction in their tax liability, and that figure may be up or down. And while Kansas may have been staying the same, at the federal level, they've seen tremendous reductions in their taxes. And that comes into effect if we talk about a single taxpayer obligation and how that dovetails or doesn't dovetail. So if you'd reach out to the department, and I think I still have some in my file if they can't remember what they were, but I know that they do. I'd like more documentation as the shifts that we've seen in the last several years, in particular before and after this went into effect. Does that make sense, Ed?
It does. I'm kind of thinking through potential challenges there as I'm here at the podium that maybe I shouldn't try to speak to, but it would entirely be at the federal level. It wouldn't be a $640 million tax reduction because that's the amount of income potentially deducted, which would then be multiplied by the tax rate, and that's assuming how much of that is over and above the federal SALT cap. So there's just a lot of different factors in play there. The department would be able to see that at the federal level when they get the eventual state level access to those federal returns down the line, but I don't believe they get that in real time. And since tax year 2022 was the first year in which that policy was in place, I would doubt that in the near future that they would have access to that federal data, but I can certainly check with them.
Ask and see what's available, and then we might check with other states and see how that's affected.
Yeah, because some states had that policy in place a year, or I believe some states maybe even 2 years prior to Kansas enacting.
Thank you.
Any further questions in regards to fiscal year 2023? I have one question. When was the last time the state issued a certificate of indebtedness? Was it 2019, 2018? 2021? All right. I'll just kind of, because I noticed on fiscal year 2023 and also on fiscal year 2024, it bottom line says that we did not have to issue a certificate of indebtedness. So I was just kind of wondering for our knowledge when the last time that happened. All right. I think you can move on to fiscal year 2024.
Okay, I'm just going to mention really briefly on this, and the main reason that I'm only going to mention really briefly on this is that this is 1 month's worth of receipts. I don't want you to read too much into 1 month's worth of receipts. I want to remind everybody that these monthly receipts are basically, we take the actual estimates and we chop it up into 12 individual estimates. The chopping process is not as careful as the estimating process. And so there's a lot more, we think of there being a lot more margin of error on our individual monthly receipts memos than we do on the fiscal year memo in total, certainly in terms of percentages. But that being said, we are $14.2 million or 2.5% ahead. All the income taxes and all the sales and use taxes are ahead. Insurance premiums are the primary tax that is behind. They're behind the estimate to date by about $7 million. This was once again an aspect of insurance companies getting refunds because they had more effectively availed themselves as credits. That's part of it. The other part of it is that the Department of Insurance was more timely in sending out those refunds than they had anticipated when we did the estimates. If you look at our monthly estimates for insurance premiums tax, usually we have refunds going out in both the months of July and August. And in this particular instance, they got some of the refunds out in the month of July that they had anticipated going out in the month of August. And so some of that $7 million should come in the month of August. We should be a little bit less far off here in 2 weeks once we published August receipts. But for now, we are the $7 million off. Obviously, I just want to really reiterate that we aren't sure if this sort of growth in income and sales and use tax will hold up across the full fiscal year, or if this is a blip. The timing of income tax in particular is difficult because in the month of July, the main income tax is withholding, and the exact amount of withholding we're going to get is very dependent upon the timing of pay periods as it relates to the statutory withholding dates. And when you only have 1 month to go off of, there's just a big window for potential error in those timing sorts of issues. That being said, withholding has continued to be strong in terms of a year-over-year basis in recent months. I think that we mentioned that in the memo portion in both of these two documents, that the June withholding exceeded the prior year amount by 10.7%, and the July withholding exceeded the prior year amount by 12.7%. We have forecasted for the fiscal year, I believe, about 4.3% growth in income tax. Withholding makes up typically somewhere between 70 and 85% of the total individual income tax. It historically had been more along the 75% range. Last year, it jumped up to about 83% with the enactment of SALT parity, shifting some of the non-withholding income tax receipts from individual to corporate. And if you have 10% growth in 85% of your tax source, it's difficult to not get to 4+% growth in the total tax source. So that's the only comments I want to make on the July receipts is to say that don't assume that based upon this that we'll see a 2.5% increase to the total estimate when we meet in November, but do take some encouragement that through the month of July, receipts are holding up and are in good shape. So that's the extent of the comments I really want to make on that, but I'd be happy to field questions.
All right, any questions in regards to the July receipts? I'm not seeing any.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Edward. All right, we're going to go ahead and now have J.G. Scott, the Director of the Kansas Legislative Research Department. And I do have to say, I looked at the profile and I got the balance of the Budget Stabilization Fund. J.G.
Thought I could answer a question. But going back to the interest question while Eddie was talking, it's not that I wasn't listening, but I did look up the interest that we were projecting, and it was 4.4%, and it's about $270 million in interest for '24. I'm kind of out of my element right now because it appears as though everything is looking really good on the profile, and I'm still not used to that. Maybe we'll get back to normal here pretty soon, but really things are looking really pretty good. You have the profile, the 23 actuals we have on here. We believe are going to be pretty close. There may be some additional minor adjustments that are made, but in general, they should be pretty close. So we ended the year 23 with about $2.4 billion in an ending balance. We used our consensus revenue estimates to bring in about $10.4 billion. We put in the actual approved budget for expenditures. We did have almost $600 million in reappropriations. And before we get any questions, Dylan is going to go over that in detail here shortly. So then that brought the total expenditures to a little over 10 billion, heading towards 11 or 10.1, and the ending balance at almost $2.7 billion. The ending balance in 23, or the Budget Stabilization Fund, was at 1.6 billion. And the only increase that we're showing into 24 right now is just the interest rate that's applied to the balance, which we right now are estimating at about 1.67 billion. The big difference when we look at the actual expenditures versus approved, right now it appears to be like a $1.3 billion increase in expenditures in the state general fund, but that generally has reflects the impact of the $600 million in reappropriations. So if we look at 23 and our approved had that $600 million included, it would have been closer to a little over $9.3 billion. And then if we would have taken it out of the approved, that would have been closer to $9.5 billion. So there's only about $150 million difference between the two expenditure increases. When we do the calculations and run through the totals, the ending balance would increase from 2.4 billion in 23 up to 2.7 billion in 24. This does include all of the current law changes, all the sales tax changes. It does include the Panasonic impact, including all of the suppliers in corporate income tax adjustments. So it is a 26, almost 27% ending balance, in addition to the almost 1.7 billion we have in the rainy day, or in the budget stabilization fund. Our receipts are about $284 million above expenditures. So we were bringing in more money than we were spending in '24. We then move our projections into '25. And you'll see a reduction, and that is primarily around the sales tax reduction that on food sales tax that's implemented through '24, '25, and '26. The only additions we had were for caseloads, about 100, 105, increasing about 5 million a year for human services caseloads, and right around that $140 million estimate for school finance. In '25, the ending balance jumps to almost 3.2 billion, about 32%, with revenue above expenditures by about 484 million. In '26, it's a drop, and that's primarily around the food sales tax. And the revenue above expenditures is around 166 million. And then also included in the '26 amount is the transfers for the local ad valorem, the City County Revenue Sharing Fund, and the City Highway Fund. Those are included for '26, '27, and '28. Those are about $170 million a year. So when we move out, you can look through the numbers. They're pretty consistent, right about that $3.4, $3.5 billion ending balances. But the revenue above expenditures drops pretty substantially in '27, and then it starts to tick up just a little bit in '28. So just based on this, and this is a planning document. This isn't our prediction on what we think is going to happen. This doesn't have any impact of a possible recession that's included in this. If we hit a growth spurt, it's not included in here. This is just looking at where we have been, where we think we're going to be going based on those historic trends. I'll see if there's any questions.
I'm sure there's probably going to be some questions, JG. First, you had mentioned in '26, '27, and '28, those statutory requirements are included, that we, when we're putting the budget together, have the notwithstanding language. So if that would happen when we're constructing the budget, we're looking at a higher amount. Yes. Because we would not be adhering to those statutes. The next question I have, so you had mentioned that this is also factoring in the Apex law with Panasonic and also the suppliers. Is that a gradual amount year over year, or is it a one-time hit every year? How is that factored in?
It shows the impact each year of what that total will be, and that's what it tends to level off in '26, '27, and '28, because those higher expenditures are reflected as it increases, and then it levels out for a while, and then at the end of the program, the credits and such will be eliminated, but the corporate income tax reduction would still continue.
So, for example, in regards to Apex, it's taking into account in the first year 4,000 employees receiving the income tax benefit?
I believe,
Or it's not gradually factored in where it goes 2,000, 3,000, 4,000?
let me just double check. I know that we did factor part of that in the payroll. Let's see, we have, oh, I don't show there. I thought I had it identified. We do have it phasing in a little bit over time as in a payroll credit, we would anticipate right around $100 million in year 2. It goes up to 185 in year 3, and then 200 in year 4. So we do have it growing over time. We don't take it all at once.
All right, thank you.
Phase that in.
Any questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So JG, we went through the public health emergency with the FMAP and all that. So is that reflected in here in any way by itself? Or I see expenditures for 2022 are 8.1 billion, 8.2 billion. So where is the increased FMAP in this figure?
Yeah, when we do our caseload projections for human services, we are phasing that out over time. So when we're looking at those projections, we have a fairly large hit, I believe, for 20, and I'm looking at Megan a little bit. For 24, I believe we do put additional state general fund in for some of that. And then because that's phased out over time, it'll be reflected again in 25.
Right, but in the past, we received almost $1 billion. And so that's going to reduce our expenditures. And then when that runs out, it's going to increase our expenditures. Is that?
Right, that's correct. And that's what I was trying to say. I didn't say it very clear.
Okay.
That we're putting more state general fund in 24 and then more in 25 to make up for that loss of that federal funding. So our state general fund expenditures are going to go up and our federal funds are going to go down. The overall caseload, it's not going to impact.
Correct.
But yeah, we are adding the state general fund.
Will that be reflected in this increased expenditures here that we see 8.2 to 8.6? So that's part of that.
In general, yeah, it is.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just a reminder to the committee that the enhanced FMAP is phased out in calendar year 2023. So since we're already in fiscal year 2024, by the end of this calendar year, it'll be completely phased out, but it'll be having a hit in fiscal year 2024, correct?
Correct. And because that rollout of taking people off is over time as well, so that will be adjusting those caseloads as well. So some of those increase will be kind of reflected by a decrease in the number of caseload individuals that we have on Medicaid. So those will be offsetting just a little bit. But yeah, the enhanced rate goes away after the end of this year.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The school finance, the 140 million and 125 million, is that the CPI index increase?
Yes.
What, and that's based on what percentage of?
I am sorry, I don't have that with me right now. We had made some estimates, and our original estimates, inflation dropped a little faster than what we thought it would. So I think we had higher estimates earlier, and I can't remember what we had for those inflation rates over time.
It's rebound a little bit.
It has.
Okay.
But yeah, we still have it in that $140 million increase range.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so going on to K through 12 education, and we're talking about in 26, 27, and 28, what we have in statute being applied as far as expenses. So I have to ask, because there's been a discussion about this the last couple of years in regards to K through 12 education. Is special education factored in that?
There's no increase in these projections for special education.
Okay, all right. Any further questions for JG? All right, well, I have to say, when we had the CSG Midwest Annual Conference in Detroit, I believe, Senator Petty, were you in that Fiscal Affairs Committee? And we actually looked at a snapshot of where all the states are in regards to their fiscal responsibility, and Kansas was actually very well positioned as far as our budget stabilization fund, our ending balance, and we were actually noted by the Pew Charitable Trust, and also I believe it's the State Bureau of, or Budget Office for State Governments, where Kansas was actually very well positioned as far as our fiscal responsibility.
Well, I think that speaks a lot to this committee, right?
We can hope.
Yes.
All right, thank you, JG. We're going to go ahead and move on. We'll have Dylan Deere, the Assistant Director of Fiscal Affairs for Kansas Legislative Research, to give us a presentation on the fiscal year 2024 State General Fund reappropriations and the Budget Stabilization Fund transfers. Dylan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am going to touch on the Budget Stabilization Fund first. I think a lot of the questions have already been answered, but there were some changes last session that I'd just like to refresh your memory about. So the first half of the memo is really just historical data. The only thing I would like to point out is that the Budget Stabilization Fund can be expended solely by an act of appropriation by the legislature or by the State Finance Council as an act of legislative delegation. So it requires those two conditions precedent to expend those funds. If you turn to the back page and look at the 2023 legislative session, everything in the middle is part of our briefing book article where we sort of give you a history of money coming into and out of that fund. But during the 23 legislative session, there was an extraordinary transfer of $600 million that went to the fund. That extended the transfer of 50% of excess receipts through 25. And also there was added language suspending the transfers from the SGF to the Budget Stabilization Fund when the balance in the stabilization fund is greater than 20% of actual SGF receipts. So it basically would need to get to $2 billion in order for that to actually trigger. Do we have any questions about that?
Committee, any questions for Dylan? All right, seeing none.
So on June 30th, 23, we already discussed, there was an additional transfer of $13 million. And that resulted in the $1.6 billion ending balance. And the balance in the fund was $1.622 billion because it's earning interest rate at $6 million per month. No questions?
All right, any questions? Representative Helgerson.
It goes into the fund. Oh, so it's invested by the Pool Money Investment Board. And so it's invested the same way all other idle funds are invested.
Seems that the state treasurer had some proposals or discussions about we could get more money off of the higher interest rates. Is there any discussion about this?
So as interest rates go up, the ADB interest rate goes up for all funds that gather their own interest.
Okay, but budget stabilization is a little bit different than that. Well, all of our funds. We treat these funds.
Can you speak into your mic?
I'm sorry. Out of practice. We treat these funds like we're going to need them tomorrow. But most of these funds aren't going to be touched and have already come in. We're treating them as checking account needs, and these are now long-term assets. And long-term assets probably should at least have a discussion on should they be in vehicles that can gain a little bit more return than short-term assets.
Certainly. So, and there was a decision made with certain monies that were set aside for retirement of water debt last session, and there was more flexibility given to the state treasurer for those funds as far as their investment is concerned. And so that's certainly an option, but until the legislature were to take and make a decision on that, then they would be restricted. There's also a historical precedent, monies that were set aside for unclaimed property. So when monies came in from unclaimed property, those were moved over to CAPERS. And CAPERS has a wider investment discretion, once again, because those monies aren't going out, or they are going out in a very predictable fashion. And those monies were invested with a higher return as well. And I believe that the restrictions on that were just repealed. So, but for these monies, it would take legislative action to approve an investment strategy that would draw down more funds.
Representative Helgerson.
I know this is a big leap, but if the legislature decided that we wanted to keep these kind of reserves for a long-term period, for budget stabilization, for growing it, but also the ending balances that we have, and also the policy that we show on this, which is that our receipts are above our expenditures. If we want to develop long-term management of these funds, it also then dictates a little bit about how much money we decide to spend in tax reductions, but also in investment, long-term investments that the state can use the interest of and to pay certain programs or pay the enhancements. I don't think we've ever been in this position before. And I don't know I am assuming that the governor's office has some thoughts about this and may be implementing their own strategy. But it might be wise for us to start talking about this so we can lead the legislature in saying, this is how we think we should have an investment policy, this is the expenditure policy, and this is where we think we should head. Not that you have to, not that we don't make changes, but to lead our colleagues.
It's actually, something that we probably should consider. If we're not going to be accessing these funds, maybe we should look at a more long-term investment portfolio for that fund. But the only thing that concerns me, if we would have to access it, you're going to have most likely a penalty that we would have to pay. And so that might take away any type of interest earnings that we possibly could have received. But it's obviously something we can look into as far as an investment portfolio. Representative Helgerson.
And I totally agree, but that also then furthers the discussion for long-term financial stability and policymaking among all legislators. We all make decisions, not all of us, but let's put in $10,000 into a 2-year CD. And we know that there's a penalty if we get that, so we don't put it all. But we tell the legislature, these are the constraints that we have if revenues continue, so we don't spend too much money on tax reductions or too much money on expenditures. We share the financial responsibility that we have with the whole body and tell them, it's your responsibility too. Let's work in that avenue.
I want to say also in regards to the legislature, they found out we were making $6 million a month. Many would have ideas on how to access that $6 million that we receive each month. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree. I think we need to work with our treasurer. He's been very, very good in getting a little bit higher returns. I know the overnight money, he's well over 5%. Well, we're 4.46 here. I mean, that's another 0.5% or so we could pick up on $1,622,000,000. So I appreciate the comments of the representative because we do need to look at this, and I think we need to work with our treasurer and see if we can't pick up an extra 0.5% or so. Thank you.
Any other further questions in regards to the Budget Stabilization Fund? If not, we will move on to the fiscal year 2024 State General Fund reappropriations. Nyland?
So you should have a landscape document before you in legal. So the total reappropriations, and that's money that carried from 23 to 24, was 596.1 million. That's about 6.4% of total expenditures. So what we've done is we created this document where we went out and asked agencies why the money is reappropriated. Okay, and so what you can see them is by the agency, the budget unit, the original appropriation, the amount of the reappropriation, the percent, and a brief explanation. At this point, we see this pretty much just as like, we wanted to put this in front of you so that it allows you to ask questions going forward. The majority of this information is going to show that a lot of it is in capital improvements. So monies get appropriated for the Docking State Office building, for the KDHE lab, for the Hayes Armory. So each one of those monies, they haven't actually gone out yet. So until those monies go out, you would expect to see reappropriations.
Okay, so if I could actually stop you on that, on the Hayes Armory, what was the $1 million already spent?
Let me see, it's item 4 on this list. And
It says the original was 18.1 million. The reappropriation was 17, almost 17.1.
I'm assuming it's going to be encumbrances due to planning. So some of the money can get encumbered ahead of time.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, so if you look at lines like 12 and 13, you see 1.3 million for capital defense operations, and this is capital trial expenditures due to delays. And you see $2.5 million in bids, and that's due to vacant positions. There's a variety of reappropriations in the Board of Regents for scholarships. Turning to page 2. And turn to page 3. If you look at item 36, there's a $21 million reappropriation, and this is delays in some IT projects, and also $6.7 million in salaries and wages. And if you look at line 38, there's $5 million due to the Family First Prevention Services Act. There's $5 million in docking in line 41. There's $10 million in line 49 due to World Cup. There's $53 million in item 51 due to evidence-based juvenile program services and corrections. There's large numbers, but relatively small percents in education. In KDADS, on page 5, in lines 82 through 88, you have reappropriations for a hospital, that's capital improvements, reappropriations in community health centers due to a delayed implementation. There's $123 million in non-CAN care caseloads, and that's because they don't get adjusted with a public health emergency at the same way that our caseloads get adjusted, because it's non-caseload item. There's $41 million due to a 10% FMAP savings. Turn to page 6. There's $14.3 million in FMAP savings for budget process and CHIP. And then line 95, you have $25.9 million in healthcare finance contracts. On line 102, you have $19.8 million in KDHE for Medicaid expenditures, but that's only a 3.4% reduction. So some of these you really have to pay attention to the percentage, because you get what look like large numbers but small percentages where these big spending categories are. On page 7 in KDHE, you have $5.8 million, and this is a special HCBS CMS program about reinvestment of FMAP savings, I believe. Yep. In Sentencing Commission, you have $2.6 million, and this is due to the substance abuse treatment. You have a couple of capital improvements projects in the state fair that are just now starting. Moving to page 8. There's reappropriations in the legislature. The largest portion of that is the Propylon contract for the ks remodel. And on the back on page 9, it's mostly capital improvements. And with that, I would stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Dylan. I'm formulating my questions. So I'm going to turn over to Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So every one of these reappropriations, we'll have the chance to look at them in our budget committees in January, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, and that's kind of what I was kind of formulating my question as far as some of these items, I would say, need to be reappropriated into the next fiscal year. But there are some items in here, for example, I will go to page 8, where we had $3.9 million that was reappropriated because session length was less than 90 days. We could take that out.
Yes, sir, and I imagine you could. I would note that that kind of reappropriation is always carried forward because you never know how long session will go.
Correct. But,
So, and then
we
it doesn't
haven't
get
had a
spent.
90-day session in the last few years. So if that's just kept on reappropriating and reappropriating, that's something that we could probably look at with the Legislature Budget Committee.
Yes, sir.
The other item, and I'm not saying that, I mean, this was a good project, but going back onto page 2, in regards to the Fort Dodge Cemetery, if they're having a difficulty getting bids, I guess my one concern is, how is it being difficult to get bids?
I would have to follow up with additional information on why exactly they're having challenges getting bids. Of course, it's at Fort Dodge, so there may be a lack of contractors, but I would have to get specific information for you.
Okay. And do we know what the rehab and repair is on that particular cemetery, veteran cemetery?
I don't. I'll get it for you.
Okay. Well, I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, if, depending on what the rehab and repair is, and then why it's being difficult to get bids, and we just keep reappropriating it. And then when you look at some of the larger ones where you said you need to look at the percentage as opposed to just the dollar amount, but like, we'll go on page 6, item number 102 with $19.8 million that was reappropriated out of almost $587 million. Is that another item that we could look at and say, okay, maybe we don't need to appropriate as much?
Absolutely. You can also see a lapse. I mean, and the agency request may come with an additional lapse as part of the request next year if they're looking at an excess appropriation.
Okay. Well, one thing that I've been thinking about the last couple of days, and actually I'm going to be challenging you with this, Dylan, is I think for this, one of our subsequent meetings, I'd like to have some type of spreadsheet that shows year-over-year increases for the last 10 years by department and budgets of state agencies. That's one request. The second request is the increases just because of the pandemic and how much we've seen in increases in the state agencies' budgets since COVID-19 infiltrated us. Any other questions for Dylan in regards to the reappropriations? Representative Helgerson.
What's the procedure to go through this? What, an agency says, calls the governor up and says, Governor, I'm going to have $5 million left. I want to have it reappropriated?
No, so the authority to reappropriate funds is built into the appropriations bill. So if the money is not expended, then it automatically reappropriate if that language is in the bill. Now, if that language is not in the appropriations bill, and I'll defer to Jill on this, that money would lapse. She nods.
So specifically, when we have money that's appropriated and we say if it's not spent, it lapses back to the state general fund or whatever fund it derived
If you
from.
don't say it reappropriates, it will lapse. You don't have to say it'll lapse.
Okay.
They don't have to put any documentation as to saying where it's going to go, or?
It goes back into the SGF account. So it
The
goes back into the ending balance is where it would go to.
We'll get into it later. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. Dylan, under the area of the Board of Regents on page 1, when it's all of these still, except for one, I think it is, with the unspent scholarship funds, do you know whether those are because there was lack of application or just because they are appropriated over a period of time?
So it is a timing issue in some cases. It's a demand issue in a couple of others. And it's an enrollment issue in like the tech ed ones. So it varies depending upon which line you're talking about.
So if we're talking about the Promise Scholarship, then it's an enrollment issue?
So that's more of a new program, and that is like a marketing issue. So they're just now sort of rolling out the marketing for that particular scholarship. They anticipate that those funds will have more uptake going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dylan? Representative Helgerson.
I know this is state general fund reappropriations. I've heard some wild things of how money has been spent or not spent on as the funds from the feds. And can you give us some documentation as to, there was a pot of money, they were still going calculations when we adjourned. I'd like to know where the money was dedicated and how it was spent, and if there's any left over.
So you just want, there's a variety of pots of money that's in that federal fund. So you have discretionary dollars, you have non-discretionary spend. We do track that spend. If you like, we can do a report on that. If you want it to be an LBC item, we can do it that way.
I'll leave it to the body whether or not they want to look at it, but there are a couple things I heard, well, I won't go into them, how money had been spent or allocated, and I never heard about it during the session, so I assume it came from recommendation after the session.
All right.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the Board of Regents, so we gave an increase in the needs-based, well, we created a new needs-based scholarship fund, I guess. Are these amounts, the original appropriations, are these amounts something that are pretty well automatically appropriated every year? Just let's say the nursing scholarship program, 621,000. Is that like every year that's appropriated that much?
It depends. It's up to the governor's recommendation and as adjusted by the legislature. So I don't think it's automatic.
But it is something that, for the most part, we fund these every year.
Yes.
Okay. It'd be interesting to know, and it kind of goes back to what the chairman was saying, how these have, and I'm not sure how to delineate it, but are they growing, I guess? Are the balances in them growing year over year?
Okay, I can look into that.
Is that makes sense how that works? Because if we're appropriating 621,000, let's just say that one, and they didn't spend but almost half of it, is it increasing that balance? So,
Yes, sir, that's something we can look into.
okay, thank you.
Well, and kind of going off of Representative Hoffman's question, so looking, not like we're picking on the Board of Regents right now, but when we're looking at item 15 with $10 million for demolition of buildings, which we've always heard for many years about having to demolish some buildings around our universities or other higher institutions, but only 110,000 was spent. And that's an annual allocation.
It varies. Some of that's one-time money.
Well, I'm just curious. That's kind of why I kind of like to have that 10-year snapshot of what's been going on and seeing, because we've always heard about deferred maintenance, deferred maintenance, deferred maintenance. But if there is a fund and we've been reappropriating it year after year and that fund has been growing and only a portion, I mean, 1% was spent to demolish buildings, I think I'd like to see exactly what has been going on for quite some time. Senator Petty.
Along with that request, when you're, will this, looking at the 10-year profile, delineate what's Fed money? Because,
No, it'll just be state general fund.
oh, just the state general fund, okay.
Yes.
I do have a different question, but thanks, I wanted to make sure about that. So I think this kind of goes along with what has been the theme for a moment here, but for example, like on page 4, item 51, the evidence-based juvenile programs, well, that is statutorily in place.
Correct.
So when you look at that, there is a reason for, which may be true of others, there is a reason for continuing the reappropriation. I mean, not that this hasn't been an item of discussion since we passed that bill, almost. But there's a reason there. I also wanted to ask a question about under number 38, the Department of Children and Families. As I look at that explanation, does that mean that DCF is saying that's because of what they've done with the Family First Preservation, that this is a savings?
That's correct. So they're saying that as a result of this FIPSA Act and adjustments, that they're having net savings in that area.
And so that could be, if we're looking at what could actually fit into reappropriation, that would be a considerable, could be an item of consideration because they're saying they've saved that from the use of that program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, any other further questions for Dylan? All right, see you
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Dylan. And we've actually challenged you with a task for future meetings. We are running a little ahead of schedule, so let's go ahead and take a few minutes for a break, and we'll resume at 10:20. get back to our seats. We actually went over about 5 minutes from our impromptu break. So right now, we're going to have an update on Medicaid eligibility unwinding, and so I would ask Sarah Fertig, Medicaid Director, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and I have to say, when is your last day?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. September 15th. I've got about
Right.
a month left, so.
So this will probably be the last time that you address this committee, so.
In this capacity, yes, probably, yes, that would be my guess.
Sarah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Sarah Fertig. I am the Medicaid Director for KDHE. With me today is LaTanya Palmer. She is our Director of Medicaid Eligibility, and the two of us have a lot of information to share with the committee today. Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I would like to kick us off with kind of an overview on what Medicaid unwinding is, and then hand it over to LaTanya for some of the more specific details on what we've encountered in this process so far and some of the nuts and bolts.
That's perfectly fine.
Excellent, thank you. So let's see, we've got, next slide, please. So for starters, kind of a bit of a background, an overview of what unwinding is. When we're talking about Medicaid eligibility unwinding, what are we talking about? And so the first slide gives you a little bit of a background here. So there was a federal law passed in March 2020, if you can think back that long ago, called the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. And among other things, it set a condition for Medicaid programs across the country. So in exchange for receiving 6.2% additional FMAP, or federal medical assistance percentage, so the percentage of federal dollars we draw down to pay for Medicaid, the state could not discontinue eligibility for anyone on Medicaid except under 3 circumstances. So number 1, if the member passes away, if the member moves to another state and ceases to be a resident of Kansas, and number 3, if the member calls and says, hey, can you please turn off my Medicaid eligibility? I don't want it anymore. Other than that, states were required to keep everyone on their Medicaid rolls on the rolls throughout the public health emergency as declared by the feds in exchange for that extra 6.2% FMAP. And so this became known as a continuous eligibility requirement. So that's the term you're going to hear. That continued until December 2022. So until then, anytime the HHS extended the federal declared public health emergency, the continuous eligibility requirement would be extended by another 90-day period. So for about 3 years, that's how we managed this process. We would find out, okay, they're going to extend it for another 3 months, and then again and again and again. That ended in December of 2022 when Congress passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which we sometimes refer to as the Omnibus Bill. For the first time, that bill decoupled the continuous eligibility requirement from the federal declared public health emergency. So for the first time, it said that Medicaid continuous eligibility requirement is not going to be tied to the PHE anymore. Instead, we're going to set April 1st, 2023 as the end of continuous eligibility. And so on and after April 1st, 2023, states were expected to resume their normal eligibility processes. Now, states were allowed to get the ball rolling as early as February of 2023. So send out renewal notices, but you couldn't terminate anyone from eligibility until on and after April 1st, 2023. So that means that the start of normal eligibility processes that have been on hold for 3 years was going to resume again. Next slide, please. So this slide shows how this played out in Kansas. So we started our 12-month unwinding period in March 2023 for members that had an April renewal date. So what that meant was that in around early to mid-March, our first renewal batch was run. There were about 33,000 renewals in that batch, I believe, so quite a large volume. And this included a couple just routine eligibility tasks. So part of that involved doing our regular data matches to see if we had any members that could be renewed without asking for any additional information from them. That's called an ex parte or a passive renewal. So that was part of that work. And then for members that we couldn't verify continued eligibility by doing those automatic data matches, we sent them what's called a pre-populated renewal form. that they would need to sign and return by the due date. That was included in the notice that we sent to them. So for the April renewal batch, their renewal notices went out in early to mid-March, and the due date for them to return that paperwork was April 15th. The Kansas plan for handling this was to do all renewals in a chronological order. Over the last year or so, we've received a number of requests from various stakeholder groups to prioritize various constituencies. So for instance, we got a request to push all children to the end of the public health emergency unwinding period. Anyone with a cancer diagnosis, anyone with a spinal muscular atrophy diagnosis, anyone with intellectual or developmental disabilities. We got a lot of requests from stakeholder groups to prioritize their constituency over everyone else. I think you can see how quickly that would become unmanageable, and we would literally be picking winners and losers depending on what conditions they might have or their age. We decided that wasn't fair. Really, the only way we could proceed with this in a fair fashion is to just take them chronologically, and so that's what we've done. We also knew from the start that our renewal volumes were going to fluctuate from month to month. And we also knew that the first 4 months of this process were going to be our highest renewal volumes. So April, May, June, July, collectively, that encompasses about 40% of the unwinding effort. So we're already past about 40% of that unwinding effort with the July renewals. And so to date, we have initiated renewals for members with renewal dates in April through September of 2023. So we're about 6 months into this whole effort. Next slide, please. So one last overview. It's important to remember that during this unwinding process, our regular Medicaid eligibility redetermination rules apply. We're just going back to normal here. So these rules include pre-populated renewal forms have to be signed by the member or the member's guardian. This is a federal rule. We cannot waive it. However, as LaTanya will share, we did do some creative problem solving and found creative ways to assist folks in making sure they get that signature requirement. If the member returns their pre-populated renewal by the due date, they'll stay on Medicaid. We'll keep them on until we make a final determination as to whether or not they're still eligible. This is the path of least resistance, as we've made clear to our members and stakeholders and provider groups. If you get your renewal in on time, we will keep you on Medicaid until we figure out if you're still eligible or not. So that is the easiest way to handle a renewal. If a member doesn't sign and get their renewal form in on time, they will be disenrolled with the next termination cycle. So they didn't get their renewal in on time, and the next time we do a termination run, they will be added to that list of folks who will be disenrolled. That's known as a procedural disenrollment because the member is being disenrolled for failure to comply with the terms of the renewal rather than whether or not they actually are eligible or not. So if the renewal is returned late and someone is procedurally disenrolled, they will lose eligibility as of the first of the next month, but they will have 90 days to submit this information late to prove that they're still eligible. If they get that information in that 90-day window and we determine they're still eligible, we will backdate their eligibility to the date they first lost Medicaid eligibility. So we have an example here on the slide. So let's say we had someone whose renewal was due in April. So that would have been due April 15th. If we hadn't received that, they would have been discontinued from coverage effective May 1st. But if sometime in June, they send us information to demonstrate that they're still eligible, we can backdate their eligibility to May 1st. So we can pay, Medicaid can pay any claims that they've incurred all the way back to May 1st. So there is a way to kind of minimize that damage, but this is not an optimal situation for that member because not having coverage, even for a short period of time, can interfere with their ability to get care. So one of the messages we're really trying to get out is you've got to get that renewal form in on time to avoid a procedural discontinuation. And then the last bullet here, for folks who age out of specific groups, or if they exceed the 12-month pregnant women postpartum eligibility period, they're not automatically re-enrolled in those same programs. They have to reapply again to make sure that they are eligible through another on-ramp. So for instance, eligibility for CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program, that ends when someone turns 19 years old. If you are 20 years old and we've kept you on Medicaid through CHIP, we cannot renew you for CHIP. You have to apply again and see if there's a new program that you might qualify for. So this is not a new rule. This has always been in place, and just one of the regular Medicaid rules that we're applying again. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I can turn the lectern over to Director Palmer for some more information about some of the lessons we've learned, unless you would like me to hold for questions now.
No, we'll have questions at the end of
Okay.
LaTanya's
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tanya Palmer, Director of Eligibility. I will be going through some of the lessons learned that we experienced as we started this unwinding process. We went into the unwinding having some idea of what to expect, but it wasn't something that we had experienced before. It is a massive undertaking, and we realized some lessons learned pretty early in the process that caused us to adjust our approach in upcoming months within the unwinding period. One of the first lessons that we learned was related to Postal Service's delays. So prior to the COVID-19 public health emergency, mail times were about 2 to 3 days. So what this means is, once we send a renewal form to the member, they're supposed to complete the renewal form and send it back to us. Prior to the PHE, that document got to them in about 2 to 3 days. Well, early in the unwinding, we received quite a bit of feedback from consumers and other stakeholders indicating that they had received their renewal form close to the deadline, that they had to return it back to KDHE. And this was unfair to them, and it caused some members to not be able to return their renewal form by the deadline for reasons outside of their control. So we were attentive to the feedback and also started doing our own internal tracking and noticed that email timelines were about 10 days sometimes, getting the mail to the member. So you consider the mail getting to the member and then them returning the mail to us, that is placing them close to their 30 days that they have to return the renewal form. So we took steps to adjust what we call our future renewal cycles. And in doing so, this allowed the members more time to return their renewal before facing the consequence of discontinuance because we did not receive the renewal form. Along those same lines, we realized that the deadline that we provide to the members, it's always the 15th of the month, but that deadline for the month of April, our first renewal month, it fell on a weekend. So we typically do not get mail delivered to us on the weekend. And then once we do receive the mail, it has to go through a workflow process to attach the document to the member's case so that we recognize it as being received. So as a result of deadlines being on a weekend, there were some members who were discontinued in the April group because we did not believe that we had their renewal form, but indeed we did. We took steps to reinstate eligibility for these members. And again, going back to the first lesson learned, just allowing more time for them to return the renewal form in the future will help avoid these discontinuances that are erroneous, allowing the members to have access to the care that they need. Next slide. Another lesson learned for us was related to what we call unsigned renewal notices. As Sarah mentioned, it is a federal requirement that our members not only complete the renewal form by the deadline, but they also must sign it. It's very important that they sign the renewal form. If it is not signed, it is not considered a valid form, and we cannot use it to process the renewal and determine whether or not they remain eligible. We noticed an increase in unsigned renewals that we received during the unwinding in comparison to prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Realizing this, we quickly partnered with stakeholders and providers and our communications staff, as well as eligibility experts, shared helpful information to these stakeholders to help get the message out to our members that it's really important that they sign the renewal form. It's an easy oversight, but it's a critical step in determining whether or not their eligibility continues. Next, another lesson learned is related to call center volumes. As stated, going into the unwinding, we didn't really know exactly what we would experience. We had never gone through a pandemic of this magnitude or an unwinding period, a massive project that this is. But we knew we had to plan to some extent. So with our call center, we worked with our contractor, Conduent, who operates our call center with KDHE oversight, and developed estimates for what we could potentially see in the call center in terms of call volumes. We took worst case scenario in our forecasting. So looking at data from a few years back when we had a backlog and experienced, quite a few challenges and calls, and thought that that was a good set of data to forecast what we may see in the unwinding period. So right now. But what we actually experienced in calls far exceeded what we had forecasted. So as soon as we realized that, we did some mitigation planning with our contractor, added additional staffing, and pulled resources, all hands on deck, allowing overtime so that we we're able to offer the callers a better customer experience, and also reforecasted going forward. We were able to see in the data that those efforts did what were beneficial. Starting in April, you can see here when we started the unwinding process, our average speeds to answer was 43 minutes. So the amount of time that a caller would stay on the line before being connected to a call center rep was 43 minutes in April. Definitely not what we wanted to see or for the callers to experience. And as you can see, the numbers began to go down monthly due to the mitigation efforts that were implemented. So as of right now, for the month of August, we're sitting at about a 10-minute wait time. Another lesson learned is related to our mailroom. What we experienced in the mailroom pre-pandemic is not obviously what we are experiencing now during the unwinding. We expected an increase in documents that would need to be imaged and attached to the member's medical case. But what we received in addition to the patterns that the documents were received as was not as anticipated. Also, we had additional manual work that is handled by our mailroom that strained our capacity, and the result was a temporary backlog in our mailroom. This was an issue that we definitely felt needed to be addressed and resolved quickly. So we reallocated resources to assist our mailroom contractor so that we could ensure that information that our members are sending to us are recognized as received by us in a timely fashion. We also purchased additional equipment along with increasing our people resources to handle the increased intake volumes that we were experiencing. Another lesson learned is related to the passive renewal numbers. So as Sarah mentioned, a passive renewal is conducted when we are able to verify the last reported information reported by the member internally. So every month, we look at the last reported information by the member that's housed within our eligibility system, and we compare it to data sources that we have agreements with, such as the Department of Labor and talks to verify earned income. We try to verify what we can internally before reaching out to the member to ask that they provide us with verification. So we continued the process during the pandemic of running these monthly checks. And those members that we were able to passively renew during the pandemic, we did so and moved their eligibility to the following year, as would be done in normal circumstances. For those individuals during the pandemic that we were not able to passively renew, so the data that we checked did not match the last reported information, they would have fallen to what we call a pre-populated renewal, which required that they complete the renewal form and sign it and return the document to us. During the pandemic, we did not send out the renewal forms. We continued with the passive process, but we did not require members to return the renewal form because they would have stayed eligible regardless per the federal requirement. Instead of requiring that our members complete the renewal form during the pandemic, we continuously moved their eligibility out 4 months. So as a result, the first 4 months of the unwinding, where we are now resulted in a high number of pre-populated renewals. And we have gotten a few questions from stakeholders based on narrative and data that has been published by our CMS, our federal authority CMS, questioning our pre-populated numbers and our passive numbers. But we understood that the first 4 months would have a higher pre-populated renewal rate. And that's because the continuous extension of renewal dates during the pandemic. We have since developed communication to make stakeholders aware of the reason that the data reflects as it is. And we're starting to see passive rates closer to what we experienced pre-pandemic, so around 55, 60%. Next slide. Another lesson learned is related to processing renewals itself. We had not processed renewals in a few years. So our eligibility staff on the KDHE site, as well as our contractor, we hadn't processed renewals in about 2-3 years. And what that means is that anyone that started with us within the last 2-3 years had never had the experience of processing a renewal form. We did have some slower processing times as staff actually, processed the renewals. We had some trainings going into the unwinding period for our members to help them understand the renewal process, but there's nothing like hands-on experience. So some of the challenges that we weren't able to realize with the training we saw early on in the unwinding. So we increased our quality oversight, audits, and checking, processing for accuracy to provide this feedback to our eligibility staff and reduce the number of errors that we saw. I'll now talk some about lessons learned related to data. We are required to report data to CMS monthly, and they post the data to their website. I believe it's Medicaid.gov, and they have a COVID-19 section on their website. We initially thought that it would be a good idea to also share the same data that CMS shares on their website, also sharing that same data on our side and reporting that same data to stakeholders. We realized after some time that there would be a lag in the data that CMS would post that would result in an incomplete picture of where we stand with the renewal process. There's also some caveats that would need to be explained that isn't necessarily reflected in the data that CMS posts. So what we did was post data on our website, the CanCare website, and that data reflects more of a complete picture of where we are as of current. And we have a link in the deck pointing to the website, and then I'll share some of the numbers later towards the end of the slides. For many members, the PHE became the new normal. So the COVID-19 pandemic and the eligibility process was the new normal for some members. Just as many of our eligibility workers had never processed the renewal, some of our members had never experienced the renewal, having to go through a renewal process. So we received feedback from stakeholders and others, members, questioning action that was taken and some of the processes, but these were processes that existed prior to the pandemic. So from that, we realized that we probably could have done a better job hitting into the unwinding, just recapping what a renewal is, timelines, processes to the public, to help them understand what to expect when we start these processes again. We also have received some feedback as it relates to our processing timelines. During the PHE, during the pandemic, we were able to process eligibility in record times, as well as respond to inquiries quickly. This was largely in part to the fact that we weren't conducting renewals in terms of processing renewal forms. So there was a bucket of work that we did not have to process, allowing us to devote more attention and resources to other processes. Now that we are in the unwinding, returning to normal policy, as well as, handling the increased volume of documents or timelines that many experienced during the pandemic is not sustainable, and we have returned to what we saw prior to the pandemic. So lesson learned that there was some communication that we could have communicated a little bit more effectively prior to the unwinding. Next slide. Next slide. We also developed some very key partnerships during the unwinding. We are right now, and these partnerships have been very helpful in helping us to extend our reach to into the community and get the message out about the renewal process and providing updates. We've partnered with local navigators who help with that direct contact with our members. We've also developed a closer partnership with our MCOs who are also heavily involved in this unwinding process. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Oh, yep, next slide. So now we'll, is there a slide prior to that? Renewal volume comparisons. Okay, thank you. You're fine. So we wanted to provide a visual in terms of numbers to help really explain the difference between what we are seeing now in comparison to prior to the pandemic. In 2019, just before the pandemic started, our average monthly renewal volume was about 10,000. The first few months of the unwinding period, April through July, our average monthly renewal volume was about 33,500. So these are, this is based on, per household and the number of forms that we would need to process and make a determination and contact the consumer. We anticipate for the months of September through March, our volumes per month will be a little bit lower, so around 18,500 per month. So there's a significant difference, at least the first few months of the unwinding, in terms of the work that we have to complete in comparison to what our averages were prior to the pandemic. And here we just have some drivers to help explain the volume increase. Our Medicaid enrollment numbers increased by a little more than 100,000, about 150,000 during the pandemic. And I mentioned earlier how during the pandemic we moved the renewal date for those that were for those members who would have had to complete a pre-populated renewal. We moved their renewal out, continued their eligibility 4 months continuously throughout the pandemic. So as a result, the first few months of the unwinding, we experienced the higher volumes. We also wanted to explain via numbers what our application volumes look like as it relates to those that we consider aged. So an application in general is considered aged once it is over 45 days old. So we've had the application in-house for about 45 days and have not completed the determination. This is what CMS establishes as a threshold for majority of the applications that we process. Prior to the pandemic, a few years prior to the pandemic, we experienced a backlog, and we had significant aged applications ranging from 2,600 to 5,100 aged applications per month. During the pandemic, just right before the pandemic, we were sitting at about 800 to just over about 2,100 aged applications. So this was after the backlog, but before the pandemic. During the pandemic, we were at our lowest in terms of aged applications, ranging between 250 and 500 applications per month being aged. And a major contributing factor to the low numbers during the PHE was because we were not processing the renewal forms. After the pandemic, our over 45-day numbers did go up due to the high renewal volumes, but we are on track to return to what we saw in February 2020, right before the pandemic started. Next slide. Just a couple of more graphs to data to further explain and show the data and some comparisons. We have a slide from February 2020, a February 2020 presentation to the Bob Bethel Oversight Committee that we provided. And we reported in February 2020 about 8,400 applications in-house that we needed to process, and about 15% of those being over 45 days or aged. Next slide. This slide represents where we were towards the end of the pandemic with an 8% 8% of our applications being aged. So it shows that, there was a decrease in our aged applications during the pandemic in comparison to pre-pandemic. And what I would have liked to show you was where we are standing currently. It's not reflected in the slide, but we currently have about 15,400 applications in-house, and about 13% of those are aged. So what this does show is that prior to the pandemic, we were sitting at about 15% of our in-house applications as being aged, and currently we're at about 13%. So even with the increased workload. We are taking steps to ensure that we are processing these applications as quickly as possible. We know that our numbers won't reflect numbers that we saw during the pandemic, but we are doing pretty well. And if you compare the data to just right before the pandemic started. Next slide. Here we have a slide displaying our actual unwinding renewal related stats as of July 31st. And this is data that we have posted to our CanCare website for the public to see. It explains that we have about 284,000 individuals have been sent a renewal notice so far. As we started this unwinding process, about 70,000 or so have returned their renewal form, and they have been determined eligible to keep their coverage. About 79,000 have returned their renewal form, and they are no longer eligible for coverage, so their eligibility has been discontinued. Of the 78,850, about 18,000 of those were discontinued because they were determined to be no longer eligible. And about 60,935 were discontinued because they did not return their renewal form. And I may have misstated something earlier. So the 78,850 represents the total number of individuals that were disenrolled. About 17,000, 18,000 were discontinued because they no longer met the eligibility requirements. So they returned the renewal form, we processed it, and they no longer met the requirements, income, resource, age requirements to remain eligible. And then about 61,000 were discontinued because they did not return their renewal form. This represents those that are in the 90-day window. So they have 3 months after the discontinuance to still return their renewal. And if otherwise eligible, their coverage would backdate. This is also known as procedural discontinuances. If you may have seen that terminology in various news outlets, those individuals that are in the 90-day window are the procedural discontinuances. And then about 135,000 members are waiting for a final determination. So they sent their renewal form and we are in the process of processing, or we have not received their renewal form but haven't yet discontinued their eligibility. So that is the end of our presentation, and we're open for questions.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you, Sarah, as well. I also want to acknowledge that Secretary Stanek is here as well with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. So if you have any questions that might be directed to her, you can direct those to her if you have any questions. The first one that I have goes back to the federal government requiring a signature on the renewal form. Do you have to have the actual renewal application, or could you speed it up with a scanned document emailed back to KDHE, and would that suffice the federal government?
Yes, that would suffice an electronic signature. Members also have the option to completing their renewal form online, or they can call us and complete the renewal form over the phone, and then we would record their verbal acceptance of the terms of the renewal. We are federally mandated to offer those various modalities for members to
Because we were
complete the renewal
talking about
process.
the issues with the mail system.
Yes.
Obviously, it was, living out in central Kansas, I mean, the mail system was slow prior to the pandemic. I mean, it would take 5-10 days to get your mail. So I think we just expedite things, and I was wanting to see if we could use scanned documents or other types of, like you said, modalities in regards to expediting the renewal process.
Yes, yeah, and you're absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman, and that was part of, the lesson learned, realizing that maybe that's not information that our members are fully aware of, that there are other ways to submit the renewal form if they have the means to do so. So we partner with various advocacy groups and stakeholders to get the message out that there are, other means to complete the renewal, such as through the internet online.
And then you had the number of unsigned renewals has increased prior to the public health emergency. And I would assume that's because you added 130,000 people during the pandemic and they never went through a renewal process. And that's a particular reason as to why that percentage jumped up.
That's one of our assumptions. I would say so.
And then on the very last slide, you said that out of the 283,000 that have been sent a renewal notice, 17,900 approximately do no longer qualify for a Medicaid, so it's about 6%. And of the 60,900 that are within the 90-day window, do you estimate that 6% will hold steady of those not qualifying any longer for Medicaid?
That's a great question. I don't know that we can say for sure. We imagine that individuals, there is a population of individuals who may not return their renewal because they, they have other health insurance or they no longer need the coverage. And then there's also populations that tend to return their renewal form once they have a doctor's appointment and that need is there for the coverage. They realize the coverage isn't there. So I don't know that we can say for sure that the 6% will remain, but it's something that we'll continue to watch.
All right. Committee, any questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have missed it early on. How long do they have after, when you initially send the renewal notice to send it back?
Yes, they have 30 days. We are required to give them 30 days to return the renewal form. Otherwise, we risk being non-compliant with federal requirements.
So the 60,935, they're not getting benefits.
Correct.
The ones that, it just seems like an additional 90 days is a long time to wait before you make a determination. If they didn't send it in the first 30 days, another 60 days, it seems like that's a long time to wait to say, well, we're going to kind of string this out. Is there a reason the 90 days was picked?
They currently do not have eligibility. We realize that some members, we all get busy and it may not be realized until, they have a doctor's appointment that their child needs coverage, for example. So the 90-day period allows that continuity, coverage. If they're otherwise eligible, they still have to be determined eligible for Medicaid in order for their services to backdate. They also can, after the 90-day period, technically they can submit an application and request the 3 months prior, and then we would have to determine, whether or not they are eligible for the 3 months prior. But I think really it's just, trying to help continuity of services and care for those that are in need. And if they don't qualify, then there's no coverage.
But they're not getting coverage in that 90 days.
They are not until they return their renewal form, and we, ask for their income and just make sure that they truly are eligible at that point, and then the coverage, we would activate their coverage if they're otherwise eligible.
All right. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had this in CanCare last week, so, but one of the things that I realized that, and maybe I thought about this as a question, I thought, we'd divide up these 150,000 people into, or 400,000 into monthly deal. I did not realize that there was this April, the busiest time. So why is that? Why is the first 3 months of the year, is that because when we started CanCare, that was the enrollment period or something? But that's the one thing that I did not see coming, was all of the people, 40% of them being renewed the first 3 months of the year. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I think part of it is open enrollment. And another, spring is just typically, one of our heavier months or group of months throughout the year, even pre-pandemic. And also at the beginning of the pandemic, we made the decision to move the individuals out who would have been falling into the pre-populated renewal group out 4 months continuously throughout the pandemic. At that, early on in the pandemic, we did not know that it would be 2-3 years before we returned back to normal processes. So as a result of just spring typically being higher in terms of the work that we would see, as well as some of the strategies that we implemented during the pandemic, the first 4 months are our highest renewal months, and the numbers start to go down some further out.
Thank you for that. One, just follow up on this one slide here, Medicaid eligibility application status. What is the registration line on that? What does that entail?
Yes, great question. The registration line represents one of the first steps in our workflow. So we receive an application. It would first need to be registered by staff whose sole responsibility is to register that document into the eligibility system so that eligibility workers can see that it's been received and processed.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the second time here. I did want to go back to, you made the comment that majority of your staff have never went through this renewal. Now, are you using a different clearinghouse than in the past, than pre-pandemic? It's a new company, right? It's not the same company that was.
Correct. It's a new contractor. The work is shared between KDHE as well as our contractor. We have oversight of the contractor's work, and then there's a portion of the work that we just handle ourselves.
Right, okay. But that new contractor has been since COVID, or getting a yes?
I think they started right at the beginning of COVID.
I thought that there was a change there. So approximately how many people do you have KDHE working?
We have about 100, and this is an estimate, about 130 or so eligibility workers on the KDHE side processing.
So I'm just curious, has there been that big of a turnover in 3 years that majority of your staff have not ever gone through these before?
I don't know if it's majority of our staff. We went through a few changes. So with the new contractor, They have, I don't have the numbers with me. I believe their numbers are pretty close to 100 or so eligibility workers. So, and then we do have some new staff that we have hired since. KDHE, we insourced processing of elderly, disabled, and long-term care eligibility from a contractor, from our then contractor, about a year before the pandemic started. So we went through a very a very aggressive hire recruitment effort, and so we did hire quite a few new staff. Pretty much our entire 130, 140, 150, they are new, and so they may have had a year processing renewals and then 3 years not. So there is that learning curve and just, getting back up to speed with processing continuous on a regular basis.
Okay, I appreciate that, 'cause I do know that pre-pandemic, I mean, it was a mess. Backlog was terrible. I was getting a lot of calls from, I think 45, a lot of them 45 days would have been happy.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that, hopefully that's getting better. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. I know that at CanCare, it was mentioned about with some of the processes just that you mentioned today that you've taken to improve that information. And I wanted to validate that I'd heard this correctly. So was one of the things that you've done, because you've learned from other states too, is that you've moved the signing page up on the form?
We have not done that, but that is something that we are considering. We realize that too may be a factor for some, members not recognizing the need to sign. So to get to that point, it is, a process. The forms are system generated, and system changes just tend to take a little bit with testing and such, but that is something that we are looking at.
Okay, I heard that at that meeting, and so I wanted, because that sounded like a good idea, because other states have kind of you've heard from other states that they made that change from page 8 to page 2 after the cover page, so that people actually noticed it instead of overlooking it. And then this kind of, with Representative Hoffman has mentioned about the 90 days. Is that a state decision or is that a federal?
That's a great question. I want to say it's a mixture, but I would prefer to take that back if it's something that you would like for me to confirm.
Yeah, I think it'd
Okay.
be helpful, not necessarily today, but in the future as that conversation continues.
Yes.
And I do appreciate, and then along with the staffing, so how much have you increased staffing in order to, or have you you talked about the timeline of going from 45 minutes to answering to be down to 10. Is that just changes in, I don't know how workload, or have you actually or the clearinghouse increased the number of staff?
We have increased the number of staff. Our contractor can do it, moved pretty quickly to hire additional staff. There was a period of time where we were at the top of the height of our wait times, and we reallocated some resources to quickly mitigate, so moved some KDHE staff to assist while we ramped up with staffing to make the experience better.
So you have increased the staff, but also some staff is doing a job that they don't necessarily always do. Is this the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Final question, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for a second bite at the apple. So the 130 people you're talking about, they're already there. They're doing long-term care. You didn't hire another 130 on top of long-term care and frail and elderly, did you?
No, we did not.
Okay, so that's already in place, those.
Correct.
So they're doing that.
Yes,
And so Conduit only does family medical, right?
correct.
Okay, so there's the difference there, but you didn't hire another 130 people.
No, we did not.
Okay, I get it. Okay,
Sorry
thank
to
you.
startle you if I did.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, but Sarah, we wish you luck in your new venture. So right now, I would invite the Secretary of Transportation, Calvin Reed, to give us a presentation on the Ike Transportation Plan. Secretary Reed.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. While Brendan is setting up a presentation, we have a short presentation to just give you guys some an update on where we're at in the Ike program. You all had several questions that you had asked for us to be able to respond to. So some of those are going to be responded to directly in the presentation. We have also provided some handouts for you to reference. So one of the questions about projects in the construction pipeline, you all should have a map and then several pages that look like this. That lists every project that we have right now in our construction pipeline, in our development pipeline, and also projects that were projected from the T-Works program. Another question that you had posed was spending by ks.district. So we provided a summary table also. You should have something like this in your packet, which is a summary of all the spending that we have announced. So projects that we have let, projects that we are planning to let, and then projects that are in the development pipeline also. And then the last that I would point you to is there was a question about the status of the US 69 project in southeast Kansas. I also attached our press release that went out a couple weeks ago regarding the status of this project. I'd be happy to discuss this project in any detail. Lots of things to discuss, but this is our formal announcement, and be happy to discuss it any further. So, Brandon, are we ready to go? All right. So it's hard to believe, but fiscal year 23 represents 3 years, the completion of 3 years of the program, 3 years of a 10-year program. So we should be about 30% done with our projects right now. So I want mostly to show you guys that we have made progress and we're continuing to make progress, and we are on target to meet the goals of the program as it was originally envisioned. So if you'd go to the next slide. So these are 3 main targets that were set in the legislation. And the first one I won't go into a lot of detail on, but we were to let one phase of the remaining T-Works projects, the modernization expansion projects, and we did that. We had that accomplished at the end of calendar year 2021, and what that really allowed us to do was then to start delivering the projects of the Ike transportation program. So I won't talk a lot about that. We've discussed that in the past, but I will talk about the other 2. Another key target in the legislation is that we were to set minimums for modernization and expansion projects investments by district. And when we set those targets, 50% of our total expected spend for modernization expansion projects was supposed to be divvied out to districts by a formula. And we have all of that information on our Ike website, how that formula was derived and how those different numbers came about. So each district has a minimum 10-year spend target. In addition to that, we were asked to make sure that at least 40% of that money was allocated by 2025 or 5 years into the program. And so what I'd like to report on today is that we are on target to meet that goal. I'll talk about that a little more in my next slide, but then I also want to talk about the other promise in the legislation, which is that we would spend at least $8 million per county. So we would have at least $8 million of investment in each county in Kansas. And we are on target to reach that goal also. I'll talk about that here also. So in terms of our minimum 5-year investments, you can see on the slide, we have 2 districts District 1 and District 5. So District 1 is our northeast district, so it includes Kansas City, Topeka, kind of two of our big major metro areas. We have actually let enough projects already in the program to meet the 5-year goal in District 1. District 5, which is our South Central District, covering Wichita and surrounding areas, we've also met target in that district also. So those two are already meeting the expected target. And in the remaining districts, we have identified projects in each one of those districts, and we have letting schedules on them that will have us meet those targets by 2025. So we are on target, but we have not yet met those goals. Next slide. In terms of counties with at least $8 million of investment, we have 63 counties in the state that have met that goal. You can see them up on the screen. And we are on target to meet that $8 million investment in all 105 counties by the end of the program. Now I'm going to talk about some of our specific programs. In terms of preservation, which was identified as the top priority of the IKE program, to make sure that we are taking care of what we have, we are on target to meet the goals of the program. We had originally estimated $5 billion in spending over the 10-year program. Right now, we have let projects that value over $1.8 billion. And we have about $1.5 billion in the pipeline right now. So we are on target to meet that $5 billion minimum. When you look at it by district, we were also asked to establish minimum targets for each district. And these are 10-year targets, not the 5-year targets. We are on target right now to meet the minimums in each one of our districts. If you look at the percentages, if it's over 30%, which is where we're at in the program right now, then we are on target. In every single one of our districts, we are over 30% in spending in investments in preservation. Modernization and expansion projects are the projects that, when we talk about our pipelines, our development and construction pipelines, these are the projects that we're talking about. So just a real quick refresher. Our preservation projects are obviously taking care of what we have. Modernization projects are really about making strategic safety improvements across our state. So that would include things like flattening curves and adding shoulders to roadways. Expansion projects are really about adding capacity in highly congested areas that can be rural or urban. And so those are the definitions. So in terms of modernization and expansion, this is the current status of our pipelines. You can see that in our development pipeline, we have about $1.2 billion in projects identified in our development pipeline, and we have over $1.8 billion that have been already selected for construction or been constructed or under construction in our construction pipeline. And as of the end of fiscal year 23, we had let about $700 million worth of projects. And these are spread uniformly across the state. You can see that we have projects identified and selected all across the 6 regions that we identify in Kansas. Obviously, this is a big priority for the project to make sure that we are spending these investments all across the state where they are needed. Beyond our highway programs, we also identified modal programs as being a priority. Out of the legislative task force, one of the key priorities that came out and really helped guide the IKE legislation was providing more opportunities and more choices for Kansans in being able to utilize transportation across the state, and that's really what these modal programs are addressing. So these are fiscal year 2022 awards. Most of these are grant awards that we administer through the state. And I will also note that all of these investments are investments in infrastructure that the state does not directly own. So we do not own any transit services. We do not own any of the airports in the state. Short line rail is obviously owned by private entities, and bike ped are typically owned by our cities and counties. So these are specific modal programs that we awarded in 2022. A couple of highlights. In 2023, actually, the legislature chose to combine the Short Line Rail Improvement Program with the State Rail Service Improvement Fund. So from fiscal year 23 on, we will have $10 million in the Short Line Rail Improvement Program to award to our short line rails. And then as far as aviation, we have had active conversations with the Kansas Association of Airports. They came to us early last year in January and identified that there was a lot of needs in the airport, in the aviation industry that were being unmet. I have asked our aviation director, Bob Brock, to put together a joint task force with the Kansas Airport Association to really start quantifying those needs and start looking long-term, how do we make sure that we are sustainably supporting aviation in the state of Kansas? And then once they identify needs, we will start identifying what kind of funds, state funds and federal funds, as well as local, can go to help fill the gap that we currently have. So we expect to have a report out of that in October of this year, and I'm going to be prepared to present on it in legislative session next year. Next slide. A couple of local programs that I want to highlight that have been extremely successful. One of them is the cost share program, which is the one on the left. We've awarded $65 million to cities and counties across the state through the cost share program. And just as a reminder, the cost share program was really envisioned to help communities fund some of the big issues that they have in their community that there's really no obvious funding source for. And so we've been able to work with a lot of different communities and help provide solutions, funding for the solutions that the communities need to help their communities grow and prosper. In our local bridge improvement program, this is one that I would like to just spend a little bit of time on. We have awarded over $60.5 million so far in a local bridge improvement program. And this is really to address what I consider to be one of the big issues that will be coming to our state in the coming decades, and that is the backlog of bridges on the local system that will need to be addressed. Just as a reminder, Kansas, fourth in the nation with almost 25,000 bridges. 80% of those bridges are owned by our local partners. And the funding that they have to be able to address their critical bridge needs is obviously competing with other needs in their communities. So we have identified some funding strategies to really help accentuate this program. And what I'm going to tell you about is really one that came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Kansas was allocated $45 million a year through BIL to address bridges. This is a new federal program. And so we strategically decided that $45 million a year is really best spent on our local bridges. And so what we have done is we are actually doing a little bit of an internal fund swap. We are actually spending that $45 million a year on our state-owned bridges to address projects that we had already identified. But then we are displacing an equal amount of state funds to help our local partners through our local bridge improvement program. And so this will allow us to invest more in our bridges and make sure that we are prioritizing these bridge replacements when they need to be done. But it also take the federalness out of the money, right? And so it'll be easier for our local partners to be able to administer those state funds. Next slide. A couple of other programs out of the Ike legislation are our Preservation Plus and Innovative Tech. Preservation Plus, we include in that our broadband program. This was identified as a key priority out of the Legislative Task Force and out of the Ike legislation to invest in broadband where it makes sense along our highways. So I'd like to report, if you had not seen the news earlier summer, Department of Commerce here in Kansas received a federal grant from NTIA, a $43 million grant to make middle mile improvements to broadband across the state. KDOT partnered with Department of Commerce by using a portion of our broadband funds, our designated broadband funds, to provide the match for that money. So KDOT will be partnering with Department of Commerce and locals in delivering these broadband projects both financially and through our right-of-way. And then I'd also like to report on our Innovative Tech program. This is one that I will say had been slow to get off the ground. We re-strategized on this program, and just a couple weeks ago had our first ever Innovative Tech Summit. And the goal of the Innovative Tech Summit was really to bring together those folks from our cities, our counties, our researchers, state and federal, to identify where we could get most value out of new and innovative technology to really push forward some innovation on our transportation system. It was a very successful program. We had it. We held this out in Salina, and I will say we had over 100 people attend and lots of good ideas coming out of it. We are going to have a call for projects from our locals shortly this fall to start getting innovative tech programs or projects into our program. And although this was not a part of the original Ike legislation, this really came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Once again, Kansas was authorized $39.5 million over 5 years to invest in EV charging across the state. And so we are on track with that, and we actually have our first RFP for EV charging stations in 6 strategic locations across the state. Part of this process is we, as a state, had to develop an EV charging plan. And that plan, we call it our NEVI plan. That EV charging plan is really about establishing points across our system on key routes so that we would have continuity of access to EV charging for those who choose to use EV vehicles in our state. And so we have, if you look at our next page, we have identified some key areas in our NEVI plan, and the ones that are identified in red are those that we will be putting an RFP out for this fall, or that we have put out an RFP. And we look to award those and have those stations installed really by no later than spring of 2025. So in terms of what's next, go ahead and go to the next slide. As you all are aware, local consult is the process by which we select our next projects to go into the development pipeline. If you were to go back and look at that status of our pipelines, you'll notice that our development pipeline is a little low right now. So we need to refill that pipeline, and we do that through our local consult process. So we are going to go out to our 6 regions and meet with, go ahead to the next slide. We're going to go out to our 6 regions and meet with the citizens of the state, meet with local stakeholders, and help identify our next round of priorities for selection. We will also meet in our two metro areas, Kansas City and Wichita, to get priorities for them. And then we will also do a virtual meeting, because we identified from our last local consult that although virtual is not a preference, providing virtual does give those who are not able to attend in person the ability to attend and provide their voice. And I think with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this or any of the other information that we provided.
All right, thank you, Secretary. My first question, because myself and I believe Senator Billinger, we served on the Transportation Task Force when we were trying to devised the new transportation plan. Is that correct? You were on there. And you were on there? All right, and Senator Petty. There was a lot of us on there, I guess. It was years ago. But one of the high priorities we had was to complete the T-Works projects that were delayed. And so looking at the map in District 3, according to your grid, in Norton County, there are 2 projects that remain.
Yes.
And is there any particular reason why they are still remaining?
So we are still developing on those projects. Without getting into all the details, I will say conditions changed for several reasons since we originally started developing on them, and we needed to go back and do a reevaluation. And we're actually shifting the alignment, which requires us to redo a lot of plans. What I will say is that we are on target to deliver those projects in this program.
Okay, but there's no time frame of when those
Not
are
yet.
completed?
Yep.
Going back to your comments in regards to the bipartisan infrastructure law, you said there was 45 million that you're doing a swap
Yes.
with the federal money, with state money, and then we're addressing state bridges with that 45 million, and then you've done the swap with the state money of 45 million. Is there a match that the counties may have to come up with to access that 45 million?
Yeah, so our match structure is very unique, I would say. But yes, we do have a match. The match is right now based off of county population, so it's a sliding scale. Counties with fewer population have less to match. The other part of the match, which I would say is a little more innovative, is that we are allowing the counties, if they can identify other structures to be taken off the system, other structures that are in poor condition to be taken off the system, so not replaced with a bridge, we will allow them to account for that as part of their match. So we have a calculation on how we would allow for that swap.
Okay, because I'm asking because I know Joel has been aware of this, and I believe yourself, in regards to the Hell Creek Bridge at Wilson Lake, which the county is supposed to refurbish that bridge. The cost is massive because it's a huge bridge linking the eastern and the western side of Wilson Lake, and that's the only bridge that does it. And so that match is becoming an issue with the county. And so I just kind of pose that as maybe a possibility because that is a state park.
Yep.
And it's a huge bridge.
Yeah.
And it's just, like I said, it's a massive undertaking for the county to pay for the upgrades on that. And I know there's been discussions with KDOT, but I didn't know if that could be a possibility because you said it was based off of population for the match, which would help in regards to that. And like I said, it's on a state park. I mean, the only other way, if that bridge is not there, you have to take the Wilson exit, 7 miles to Dorrance, go back north to get to the west side. That's the only bridge that connects that reservoir. So that's why I kind of mentioned
Well, I appreciate that. And I'll just we have been in conversations with the county, also wildlife and parks,
Right,
and
yes.
and there's a particular grant. Joel, help me out. Yeah, so there's a federal grant that also the county has applied for and received on that. So we're trying to put them all together to really try to help take care of that bridge.
Going back to slide number 4 on the minimum 5-year investment, I'm seeing nothing as of yet has been done in north central or northwest Kansas. Nothing is under construction. And the minimum investment in Northeast was $220 million, and we've exceeded that by $300 million under construction.
Yeah.
So that was one of my concerns with having a rolling pipeline is that areas of the state would not be served. And so I'm hoping you can alleviate that concern.
Yeah. Well, I will point out that $520 million investment in District 1 is one project. That's the US 69 Express project. So, there was really no way to break that project down into smaller chunks and still deliver it. So that is why there is that imbalance. In terms of the ones with zeros, we have projects that are set to be let this year and also in 25 to be able to meet those targets.
Well, I see we'd be exceeding the minimum investment by 2025 under construction. There's always some comments made on the floor when they're talking about money going out to western Kansas. And a particular representative in Johnson County doesn't particularly like that when that happens. And I would probably express the same thing, that I see $300 million more than a minimum investment going to Johnson County. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Noted.
In regards to the $8 million investment for each county, is that for modernization, expansion, preservation? Is it tied to any particular project?
It's all investments. Yeah, so that would be preservation, modernization, and expansion.
Okay. That's why what I thought. I just want to make sure. And then in regards to the electric charging infrastructure across the state, along the southwest corridor, and southeast, we have that covered on non-interstate roads. But then on I-70, we're kind of, getting more and more charging stations there. Is there a particular reason on Highway 36 there has not been a plan for electric charging stations, or is there?
Yeah, so what I would say on that is this map shows the primary routes that we had to designate. So these are the first priority to designate in terms of investment. And these are ones that were really determined based off of traffic volumes, where the most through traffic in our state is. We have secondary routes identified, and I'll be honest, I don't know if US 36 is on one of those secondary routes. And those secondary routes is really where we would invest once we have made these investments to get the primary routes up to speed. So we will continue to invest in EV charging across the state, but we have to hit these primary routes first.
And I believe I either read or heard that, is it federal guidelines is requiring 50 miles between charging stations?
That's what yes, they're requiring a maximum of 50 miles between charging stations.
So we have quite a few more to install in the state, if that's what the federal requirements are.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Senator Petty.
Thank you. Along with the charging stations, so all of the funding concerning the charging station is federal?
So there is a match requirement for that federal fund. So I appreciate that question. I can't tell you exactly what the match requirement is, but that would be, we are not building these stations. We are essentially passing through money to get these stations built. So the locals or the companies that would be building them would be required to provide a match. Would you like to know more about what the match requirements are?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the match. So there is a match required. And so that match is either coming from a local unit of government or from companies that are?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Then the other thing, as you've gone through this presentation, you haven't mentioned anything about I know we've heard repeatedly about the inability to get materials, the increased cost of materials. How's that impacting as we look at these projects across the state?
Yeah, that's a good question. In our legislative session, this last session, we reported on what we were calculating as inflation rates. So, and I'm going to kind of speak from memory here, but when you look at 2023 projects compared to 2021 projects, we were about 46% higher on average for the majority of items that we would put out on our highways. So it absolutely has eroded the spending capacity of the money in the highway system. What I will say, though, has been offset by two things. One, our revenue from sales tax has been higher than anticipated. And then with the BIL, additional federal funds have been higher than what we had anticipated. So right now, what I would say is that we are still prepared and projecting to deliver what the original scope of the IKE program was. It's just going to be more expensive than what we had originally envisioned.
And then my last question has to do with, I know you said it, and I recall when working on this, that preservation is the focus. Yeah. And I'm alluding to a project in my part of the state, but are there projects where preservation moves into modernization?
There's a gray area sometimes. And, a project that I can think of that you're probably familiar with, we are looking at replacing right now the Central Avenue Bridge over I-70.
You read my mind.
Yeah, and it's really a preservation-focused project. That bridge has been around, some portions of that bridge have been around since 1918, right? And it's been added on to over time. We've identified it as I think we have it identified as poor condition right now. So we are watching that bridge very closely. We're doing a lot of maintenance on that bridge to keep it operational, to keep it safe. But as we look at that project, as we look at replacing that bridge, we're not doing it in a dumb way. We are looking at the rest of the infrastructure around, and that might result in some modernization. Right now, we're not anticipating bringing that as a modernization project. We're looking at it preservation only, but we are getting through the discovery phase of that project. And we'll identify what really it should be classified as.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 40% increase in just in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so.
The good news is we've been tracking it in the last 6 to 9 months, and it's leveling off. What I'd say, it's not going down.
Well, yeah, it's not going to go down probably for a while. But yeah, and sales tax is probably making that up because people are paying more in sales tax. So Biden economics at its best. But I digress. I just had to get that out there. A couple of things. The $28 million to bike and pedal, that seems like a lot of money compared to when you look at 11 million for aviation or 5 million for rail and 13 million. When did we decide, or how did we decide to put the majority of this into bike paths?
Yeah. So we can go back to the team, but I believe that all of that is federal money that we are passing through.
All right, so that's all federal money. Okay.
I believe so. We'll double check on it, but what I'd say is that's one of the federal priorities out of BIL, and so we are passing through that money.
Or their infinite wisdom. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Just on this one map that you gave us.
Yep.
This does not include the $8 million, right?
That's right.
Okay. So
double check which map you're talking.
But the one you're showing on the.
Yep.
This does not include the $8 million spends per county.
Right. No, that is
these are just the large projects that.
Those are the modernization expansion projects that are in our pipelines right now or that are currently under construction.
Okay, so there's a lot more going on than.
Oh, absolutely.
This. Okay, well, my reason is 160, which Joel and I have talked about, 160 quite a bit. It's not on here, and not seeing much activity going on right now, and so I just want to make sure that does not get lost in the shuffle. So, and then just my last question is on the electric station. So, and I think you answered this. So this would be Casey's or Quick Shops or 24/7s. They'll be the ones putting these in, not governments.
Yeah, yes. I think the short answer is it is going to be private enterprise.
Okay.
It is not going to be state government. I guess there is the opportunity for local governments to do this, to apply for this funding. But it really, I think everything we're seeing right now is that it's going to be more private entities.
But you're not going to be coming to us asking us for state general fund money to put in these charging stations.
I am not going to do that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Helgerson.
Several questions. Let me follow up, first of all, with the charging stations. There was a company several years ago that came to the state that was asking us to chip in a portion, and they were going to. I want to get more detail on these proposals. And I don't know if you've put an RFP out yet or not, but if you can supply me some additional information, is it going to be open to all participants? as opposed to one exclusive company that's going to do them for all the stations? Is it going to be universal? There have been some companies that do the charging stations that only do one particular type of charging unit as opposed to universal. So I'd like to have more of the detail on those specs, if you would.
Absolutely.
Second, the 46%, we had projected what we were going to do with the program before the 46%, and we had an inflationary factor in there, but it was nowhere near the 46%. This has caused individual projects to go up X amount, be it 10%, 20%, 50%, I don't know. I would like your projections as to how many fewer projects we're going to be able to do, or overall, what we'll be able to do with our funds now and in the length of the program.
Yeah, absolutely. We can provide some written comments that I'll just kind of reiterate the point I made to Senator Petty's question, that right now we are projecting that we will be able to deliver the scope that was originally envisioned. So we are not anticipating cutting projects because revenues have stayed ahead or even with inflation.
And that leads me to the other question, and that is, you're assuming the sales tax continues, or that the money continues, and I'm pessimist, and I think it's going to go down. I know that you are already starting the discussions about how we're going to fund the highways in the future of Kansas, and we're more vulnerable than most states because of the amount of the roads that we have and the use of not only the gas tax, but the use of the state general fund. We need to at least start that discussion more publicly than just internal in the administration about how we look at funding our highway system 10 years, 20 years out, when we know that the charging stations are actually going to be more in demand than the gasoline is right now.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate that comment. You are right. We are preparing discussions for that, and I think this next legislative session we will have information. We're doing exactly what you're talking about and doing some scenario planning, looking at not just our sales tax but our motor fuels tax, and how sensitive is our motor fuels tax, at least within the rest of this program, to decisions that are made about electric vehicles, not by us, but by automakers.
it's going to happen.
Yeah, yep.
And a final point, the chairman, and I had a brief discussion. I know I made a mistake. Years of the $225 million private matching program that is now distributed into 4 years or 5 years of 40 million or 50 million every year? 5 years. Initially, I was told that the Department of Transportation envisioned that a lot of those would be local highway programs, that the locals can't come up with the money. You might give me some information in the future about your local program here. Slide talks about how you're providing that, and I'm asking, how is that going to mesh or duplicate the same programs that we're going to use in those programs? You don't have to do it now, but
yeah,
we meet next week.
We will definitely provide an answer to that. But what I'd say is we're envisioning them to really complement one another. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things that have to be figured out, but we think the fact that there's opportunities to help locals is really what we're trying to do here.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple, but I think between everybody, they've pretty much hit on them. Calvin, I just want to congratulate you for your appointment, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Senator.
One quick question by Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I forgot to ask this. On 54, I'm noticing that every one of the new, kind of from Pratt towards Liberal, all of those projects are passing lanes. Yeah. Have we given up the idea of 4 lanes in that area?
So I would say no. I think the passing lanes are really a mechanism to get us to what we can get accomplished in this program. I would say it would be really challenging within the budget constraints of this program to be able to deliver on an entire 4-lane through there. So we're trying to address the critical issues with the passing lanes right now, which are obviously much less expensive to build.
Right, and needed.
Yep.
Needed big time. I just, those little areas, I mean, they may not be little areas, but they can't be turned into 4 lanes. I mean, I know you can't do the whole thing, but I mean, what's the plan, I guess? Is it, eventually there is a plan to turn it into 4-lane? Or what's the?
Yeah, we continually
10-year
evaluate our
look.
corridors to identify what the best strategies are for them. And obviously, we have to evaluate that in context of reality, what our constraints are and what the needs are across the entire state.
Okay. Well, I just know a Liberal is, I think at one time I heard that Liberal, for its size of town, is farther away from a 4-lane than any other town in the United States. And which.
I may have heard that once or twice from
I'm
a
sure you have,
representative
yeah,
down there.
yeah. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any further questions for the secretary? All right.
Appreciate your time.
Secretary
Thank
Reed, and we'll probably have you do a follow-up at one of our future meetings.
Okay.
All right, committee, it's about 5 afternoon. So we are going to go ahead and break for lunch and resume at 1 p.m.
Brian, are you able to hear me? This is Robin. Nope, I'm not hearing you. I can see you're talking, but I definitely can't hear you. Okay, let's try that again. No, I still don't hear you. I can see that you're trying to talk, but I don't hear anything. On the bottom of your WebEx screen, can you drop that caret down right beside the word that says mute? And let's try out another speaker. Let me know if that makes any difference. Still nothing.
Robin, are you able to hear?
Yes, I did just hear you. Want to test it one more time? Brian, was that you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you right
great.
now.
Okay,
Okay.
fantastic. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks, Brian.
I believe virtually we have Brian Schultz, the General Manager of the Kansas State Fair, and he's going to be giving us a presentation on the Kansas State Fair capital improvement enhancements. And we're also going to discuss the recent decision for the racetrack removal. So, Mr. Schultz.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity today. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you again for the opportunity. So what I have sent in for your review is kind of an overview of the spending of the 14.45 million that was given to the Kansas State Fair during the 22 session. It is broke down into, off the first page, you will see the Bison Arena Asphalt Project, Expo Center, the Oz Gallery and Centennial Hall projects, as well as the public address system. And then it is broke down a little bit further in the tabs to follow. So you will see under the Bison Arena expenditures, we had $10 million allocated. And currently we've spent about 91,000 of that. And this is just in the planning stages with IAA architects and some of the other things that are going on. We've had several meetings since March 13th, but we have not received any billing from that to this time. Do you want to ask questions on each individual one, or you want to wait till the end?
I believe we'll just go through each enhancement and then just ask questions at the end.
Okay, wonderful. So the next tab in there would be the asphalt. We received $2.5 million. To date, we have spent $769,000, and that is probably 70% of the grounds have been done to this point. They had to pull off of our project because there were some areas that we were using for other special events, and we will be finalizing the rest of the asphalt after fair time and after KGLS, which is our next big livestock show. So in that budget remaining is approximately $1.7 million. The Expo Center is the next one. We had $450,000 allocated for that. You will see that the vast majority of the work has been done in there. The only project part that is left is the concrete rail and fencing, and that will be done after fair. We will be closing down the building for approximately 1 month, actually after KGLS. And then that's when they will come in and redo the concrete rail around the whole arena, as well as the fence that'll go on top of it. But you can see in there some of the things that we did do in there in the building. We did massive renovations in the restrooms. We changed out all the shower areas, made them all handicap accessible, did a lot of tuck pointing in the restrooms, and then just did an overall cleanup in that area as well. The next project, enhancement project, was our air conditioning systems for both the Oz Gallery and Centennial Hall. Unfortunately, neither of these will be done before fair. We received an email from McCook Mechanical about a month ago stating that the air handling units for both of these facilities have been on back order again, and they're looking possibly late September, early October, or it could be longer, just depending on when they actually get them in. It is showing $482,000 expended, but to date, we have not received an invoice from them, but that is the bid price that they put out there. The next item is our public address system. To date, out of the $1 million that was given, we have put in about $767,000. The project is almost complete. Now we're in the process right now of doing our testing. We did have a radio jock do a lot of our commercials for us that are welcoming people to the grounds, as well as we put together 19 emergency response messages that we can hit a button and that'll go broadcast throughout the whole grounds. We did that in both English and Spanish, and that in their process right now of putting that all into the system, and we'll be trying it out next week, as well as doing training for everything. There are a few other minor changes that are going to happen. We're looking at about $1,020,000 is what the final cost is going to be on that one. And that finalizes all of the dollars that were given in the 2022 session. I would be open for any questions anyone has.
All right, thank you, Brian. First, on the Bison Arena, I know
Yes.
the entire project is 20 million, is that correct?
Actually, we're looking probably closer to 30 to 35.
Okay.
We've been working with our architect, and we've added a few things, but now yesterday we did have a meeting with our committee as well as the architects and Diana Hutchison with the State Architecture Office, and we are trying to pare that down to closer to 25 million.
And have you secured, and you don't have to say who they are, but have you secured any commercial sponsors?
We have started working with them. One sponsor that we thought was going to come in, that said they were coming in as a big sponsor, decided to back out last minute. So we are going to be going out right after fair, and we've got a list of about 20 or 30 agencies that we're going to be talking to.
Okay.
We were working on the naming rights first, and that was what that initial ask was for.
And then in regards to the air conditioning in the Oz Gallery and Centennial Hall, you said that was, has that been back ordered before?
Well, they said it was on, yes, it was on order, and then it got back ordered, and then it was going to be here by the first part of July, so it could be installed. And then they called and said that they were on back order again.
So is there any thought that it might be placed on back order again and not here in October?
Well, we're hoping not, but we've been checking with some other mechanical companies around, even in Hutch, and they're in the same boat with this large of a unit. A lot of them are being back ordered again, but he has stated that it should be here in at the latest in October, and then they will work over the winter to get it all installed before next spring.
And then finally, the public address system, that is up and running, you said?
Yes.
And so that'll be utilized during the fair time in September?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Committee, any questions in regards to the enhancements to the state fair? All right. Seeing none, if you would move on to the recent decision by the State Fair Board on the racetrack removal.
Yes, well, I just want to preface that this is not something new by any means. In 2004, I believe, the board had made a decision to stop racing during fair because I believe it was during one of their races coming out of turn number 3 into 4, a wheel flew off of one of the sprint cars, went over the wall, bounced several times, and almost hit 2 young girls. So at that point in time, the board had made a decision to stop racing during the fair. They also started looking at the revenue streams that were coming in from this. We did not and do not have a promoter other than the 3 days of the Hutch Nationals. So the board has been looking at this. They revisited it, I believe, it was back in 13 or 14. And then when I got here, a question was brought to my attention. We need to do a little bit more research on what we could do with that area. There was a master plan drawn up, I believe, when the master plan was done on the grounds 15 years ago of what that area could look like. And so that was brought back up to the forefront. Conversations have been had, like I said, several times. At a meeting in November of 22, the board, the Buildings and Grounds Committee, chose to recommend to the board that this would be the last year of the Hutch Nationals and racing at the Kansas State Fairgrounds because it is not being utilized. It is about 18 acres that we could be putting into use of something else, and it would just be the actual track itself. We would continue using a portion of it where the grandstand entertainment stage is set, but we would be able to use a lot more of the area where the actual track is for other purposes, including parking and other vendors during fair time. So as soon as that meeting got finished, we did have media at that meeting. It was publicized, We also were invited to one of the local radio stations, of which I was brought on, and we talked at length about the track and its underuse, and that we were going to go, that the board had made the decision that in 23 would be the last year. I'd been on many times after that, and we have always talked about it up until July, when we had a race fan come to our board meeting and ask about the board reconsidering the thoughts of closing the track. The board at that point in time said, no, we're just going to continue moving forward with it. And that is where all of this, not protesting, but all the letters and things like that have started going out. What they don't understand is that to have a facility like this, it costs a lot of money. I mean, I've been doing profit and loss statements for the last few days that Representative Wagner has requested. And when you start looking at an event that is losing just on the track side, almost $9,000. And when you look on the F&B side, which is the food and beverage, because we have two different contracts, I mean, we're maybe making $1,000 by the time they get done paying their yearly minimums and stuff like that. It's costing us way too much money to continue having that on the grounds, and that is a consideration that the board has looked at as well. So that again that's kind of where we're sitting. The other things that have come up during these conversations is that we are refusing promoters the ability to come on and have events. That was something that was out in the media, social media, for the last couple months. We have never been approached by anyone in the last year or two, actually, to come and have 8 races on our grounds. If we would have, we'd have opened up the conversations, because we know that, okay, we have 3 days of the Hutch Nationals. Is there a way to, to have other events? The other issue that we look at is the track itself. It is in dire need of some updates. We have right now 36 panels on the track that need to be replaced at a minimum of $1,500. So you're talking about $56,000 that we would have to invest into concrete walls that we would have to make and piece in there. Now, it might sound easy, but when you look at it, none of these walls are the same. Some of them are large ones, some of them are small ones. So they have to be built specifically for a panel, which costs us a lot of money and time to do. So that's kind of where we're sitting on this. After the Race Save the Track Coalition started their email and mailing, we as the board decided we will come back and possibly revisit this after the fair and see if there's something we can do. But again, no promoters have stepped up and said that they're interested in keeping the track open and or additional monies that it would take to bring that track up to speed.
All right, well, thank you for the explanation, because I know I have received a lot of emails wanting us to get in contact with you about keeping the racetrack open, and I'm sure others have received those as well. And that's why we wanted to have the discussion, since it was just recently decided, but you said that this has actually been discussed for many years. So how long have the Hutch Nationals been on that track? How many years?
I believe this was the 56th year that the Hutch Nationals have been here. They used to be, I believe, a 1-day show, and then they went to a 2-day show, and now they're a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then they do hot laps the previous Sunday and Wednesday for about 3 hours each.
And how many other races are there?
None. That's all that there is for racing on that track.
And you said with the vendors, the food vendors, you make them, could I get you right, that they may make $1,000, or the state fair makes $1,000?
We make about $1,000 after so we get a percentage of every, let me just pull it up here. For every time they open up their food and beverage area, we get a percentage of their sales. So this year, just a rough, we get 18% of all their concessions, 30% of the beer, and then they also have what they call soft seats. And what that is it's just a seat that you can sit on your chair. And Charlie Griffith sells that. So that brought in about $18,000. But when we minus out all the utility expenses, their yearly minimum facility usage fees and stuff, this year, right now, before we did any of the garbage, because we're still waiting on that bill, and then supplies for restrooms and such, we're probably going to make $940 off of the food and beverage side. On the actual contract with C. Ray Hall for the Nationals, when you take into consideration just a second, I got to get my slide open here. So when you take into consideration the cost of having the event here, because we pay for all of the salaries and everything, this year we're looking at a profit and loss for the 23 of about $11,000. So that would include putting up all the fence for the pit area, our labor for that, our usage of our vehicles, from our water truck to our forklifts to the fuel for those. The labor for during the event alone runs us about $7,000. That includes our operations team, our admin team that help, our traffic that has to control all traffic coming and going out, our ticket supervisors, our ticket sellers, ticket takers. And then you have the teardown of the event and cleanup afterwards. And then also the equipment that we have to use for that. And then also this last year we had to put in one of the wall sections, which we put in about $1,500. So the profit on that side up front was about $63,000, and the expenses was $74,000. So about $11,879 is what we're going to show as a loss on that. And we can't continue doing that, and that's something that we've expressed to the promoter.
And what's the attendance?
We don't get those numbers because they're actually renting it. They say it's a sellout. We have about 9,000 people there, but when I drove by on Saturday, yeah, they probably had 7,000, 8,000 people in there, but they count the pit areas and everything. So we don't have an exact because of they sell some tickets out of O'Reilly's. We sell some tickets, so we never get an exact count.
And then what are
and that was just this year.
And I know you said that you're going to be talking about this after the state fair in September, but what are the plans to redevelop that track? You said there's 18 acres?
Yes. Ideally, what we would like to create is rebuilding the stage area for the entertainers. Right now, it's a bunker style stage that the old roof was put on, that was tore down. We would like to build a permanent stage. It costs us about close to $200,000 a year to bring in sound and lights and a stage. So by having a permanent stage, we would be able to just have to bring in the sound and lights, hang that. It would cut down on labor and cost. And then to make that, so that'd be a lot smaller area. But then on the north side, creating a dirt event area so we could still have monster truck shows, demolition derbies, the potential of tractor pulls, but having a separate area on the north side of the current grandstand area.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Senator Petty.
Just as a follow-up, you had mentioned that the wall needs to be repaired in several different places, and I think you gave a figure of like $56,000 to repair those panels. Is that $56,000 above the $11,000 profit from last year?
It wasn't Senator, it wasn't a profit. It was actually what we lost on that. And if the $56,000 would be just to replace the panels that we know are in very bad condition. On the backside of the track where a car will hit it, the concrete will actually spall out, and you can see where the rebar and reinforcements are in there. So that would be over and above that.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the general manager? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Brian, for being here. Committee, we're running a little ahead of schedule, and I see that Secretary
Thank you very
Beam
much for your
is-
time.
You're welcome, Brian. Secretary Beam is here, so we'll go ahead and just move right along. And so we're going to have an update on first the governor's wildfire task force and then also the agriculture outlook and enhancements throughout the state of Kansas. So welcome, Secretary Beam.
Thank you. Also with me is our Deputy Secretary, Kelsey Olson. She can help me with the real hard questions. I was going to cover wildfire task force at the end, if that's all right. But you'll see in the prepared comments, I have about 6 topics. I'll go through those. If you want to stop and have questions in between, just interrupt me. But I want to talk a little bit about the drought situation, our growth summit that we had last week, just a little bit about the latest numbers on agricultural exports, talk a little bit about a new USDA grant that we're excited about, and then the Division of Water Resources enhancements that you approved in the legislative session, and then, of course, the wildfire task force. So on the front page, you'll see, I think, our 2 interesting maps. Every week, USDA publishes a nationwide or a state-by-state drought monitor map. So on the left is April 16th of a year ago. The darker the color, the worse it is. So that's extreme drought. And you can see that big old bullseye a year ago in the western part of the state. But what a difference a year makes. We still have some extreme drought situations, but it's shifted to the east. And I might share with you that at least a month or 2 months ago, if you'd have looked at the U.S. drought monitor map, by far Kansas had the largest area, maybe second to eastern Nebraska, that's been stricken the hardest. So I know the crop progress report that USDA put out yesterday shows, this isn't in your my prepared remarks, but as far as corn conditions, we're 26% poor to very poor, with about a third fair. Same way with soybeans, we're about 26% poor to very poor, with about a third in fair condition, and sorghum's faring a little bit better than that, but of course they're not near the acres as corn and milo. So I'm guessing that the next couple of weeks report, or the drought monitor report, with what we're facing right now with this week, this will look in worse condition. We just shifting into our annual growth summit was held last week. Had a little over 400 people attend. We did something a little different this year. Historically, we've had a general session for part of the program, and then we've broken off into many different rooms and had sector by sector discussion about challenges and opportunities. And I felt like we've done that enough that we've got pretty good documentation on a sector by sector, but instead we focused on the overarching issues that we've heard about in agriculture, and that is water and workforce. So we had a speaker on both of those topics, and then we asked the audience to break apart and had it facilitated and receive some feedback on those. We're just really pulling those together, and I'd be glad to share that with you. But, on the water, just for example, there was quite a bit of thought about maybe there's not a strong enough awareness of what existing state and federal programs that are out there for help, including maybe some technical assistance for people who want to look at adopting newer technology. And of course, research comes up quite often, not just on crop varieties that are more drought resistant, but continued more research on the technology. I mean, it changes every year. There's something new, and that I think is going to help us work through it. And Kansas State University was there, and later in the day they gave a report on their changes and their upgrades to their colleges where they're going to, on the ag side, they're going to actually implement programs and research with engineering and other sciences to help address the real needs that we have. On the workforce, some of the ideas was, we just, how do we attract and retain employees? As we've all known, improving the rural lifestyle, with healthcare and education is always an issue to keep people and bring people back. Maybe reaching youth in a little more strategic way. I often tell people that if we're going to grow our agriculture area, we've got to have non-traditional ag, not just kids that have grown up on farms and ranches. People have grown up in rural communities, but we need to attract other youth, invite them in, because there's a need and an opportunity, especially if you look in the future. And of course, the one thing that was identified, and of course, our speaker was the chair of the Agricultural Workforce Coalition in DC, and definitely reforms to the H-2A program is absolutely necessary to help agriculture and basically many other businesses. Let me touch on exports. We do have one or two individuals that work on helping people enter the international marketing world. We're members of several entities that we can help, and they help us. That's Food Export Midwest, the U.S. Grains Council, U.S. Livestock Genetics, and U.S. Meat Export Federation. So we have a membership, we have people that go to the meetings, attend the committees, and then work with them on hosting potential international buyers, and also with trade missions there. And I might add that last week we just finished the annual Tri-National Agricultural Accord. For about 30 years, there's been an annual meeting of state agriculture agency leaders from Canada, Mexico, and United States. And actually, the trade agreements kind of point to the need or the necessity for states of those three countries to have interaction. So we keep meeting on an annual basis. We talk about some of the barriers that we're having just with those two countries and the real needs and opportunities that we have, and file a report and try to have some interim committee meetings or discussions to move forward before we meet the following year. Let me touch on the Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant. So we've been awarded about a $6.5 million cooperative agreement with U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's called the Resilient Food System Infrastructure Grant Program. It's really designed, or its purpose is to build resilience in the middle part of the food supply chain. So that would help with regional foods. It could be for aggregation, processing, manufacturing, storing, transporting, wholesaling, and distribution of locally and regionally produced food, including specialty crops, grains, and aquaculture. The one thing it doesn't include is meat, and the reason is that they've had several series of grants that smaller meat processing plants been able to apply for. We haven't had many in Kansas that have applied or received the grants. But our staff has done a really good job, I think, in outreach with people as to what would be ideal for a grant program. Of course, within the confines of USDA's requirements. So we've had a whole series of meetings and Zoom calls, and I think we've finalized and submitted. This is how we're going to run the program, and then we'll go out for applications probably sometime later this summer with the intent that the grants will be awarded next year. And for the most part, those are matching grants, 50-50. Talk just a little bit about the Division of Water Resources enhancement. I think I've mentioned this to many of you the last year or so, but we've had a heck of a time recruiting and retaining folks in our Division of Water Resources, particularly engineers, engineer associates, and environmental scientists. And we've had positions we've had open for over a year without any real qualified applicants, in some cases, no application. And so we had asked for enhancements. Governor Kelly put that in her budget, and we're thankful that you as legislatures did approve that right shy of 1.5 million, with salaries also for an additional 6 people. So we're in the process. We have submitted just within the last couple weeks a pretty comprehensive list of those positions in our proposal that's being considered by the Department of Administration. The graph that you see is taken from a study that's not complete yet, but in 2022, the legislature gave us some money to study our water structures program. So we put it out for bid and hired this firm called Alfred Benish and Company. We've got a preliminary report that they give us, but one of the things they looked at is compensation for our employees, particularly in the water structures part, but it compared it to currently KDOT, and then KDOT post November 2022, when Governor Kelly signed the administrative or the executive order to put engineers and others like that in a higher category. We were very supportive of that, even though at the time we didn't have the resources to meet that. But I know KDOT and in some cases KDHE were able to do that. So that just is a comparison I thought I would share with you to further illustrate where we're at with our staffing. So once those are approved, we'll advertise for 6 new positions. 2 of them will be in water appropriation that'll focus on processing change applications. Water structures will have a couple, and then an engineer to cover stream obstruction permitting, and another one for our interstate compact. And then, of course, a GIS specialist for all of DWR and a grant coordinator. So I might add right now, it's not in my prepared remarks, and I know the chief engineer mentioned this as an update this morning to the Water Committee, but we're about 835 applications pending. We've processed several hundred since the first of the year, but we have about 400 new applications, 113 term applications, and we still have about 300 multi-year flex accounts that came in the very end of 2022 and the first part of 23. So far, we've processed about 60% of those. We also have 175 change applications. That's changing the existing water right. Sometimes it's for the use and where it's being used. And we've got about a 6-month turnaround on that. So in addition, basically to address this is, retaining our employees, getting new ones, and we have also engaged a firm to look, outside firm, just to look at our process. Is there a way to speed this up? And then interview water right owners who have applied to see what their experience has been with the Division of Water Resources, to see if they have any suggestions on how we improve that. We also offered overtime, and I think since 1st of June, we had 9 employees log 120 hours of overtime to attempt to make a dent in this backlog. I think the last thing I was going to mention is the Wildfire Task Force. It's been a privilege to chair this and staff it. And I must admit, I wish we were further along, but it's nobody's fault but myself. But we've had multiple meetings, and I know, Chairman, you're on there, and I appreciate your involvement. But basically what we've done thus far is kind of broke it down into looking at mitigation or risk. What's our risk? Why are we having, when we have a fire, why can it be, has it been so big and devastating in recent years? The state's the state and others' response to a wildfire situation, and then the recovery process, and then some other kind of miscellaneous areas. We haven't spent very much time on the recovery. I'll probably do a little more research and present that to the task force, but we've had a meeting to look at the draft of the mitigation part. The biggest part of drafting is going to be the response. So I'm working on that. My plan and hope is to pull the task force back together late September, very first part of October, to try to finalize this report. But also, really, personally, I'd like to see the report provide a little context and a little history, and maybe even be a resource in the future with websites for various grants. There's a lot of programs out there with the U.S. Forest Service and USDA and emergency management and FEMA that a lot of people aren't aware of that might be able to provide some resources for people to go to. So that's quite a bit. I know I went through it fast, but again, I appreciate the chance to kind of brief you on all these and certainly entertain any questions or suggestions.
All right, thank you, Secretary Beam. The first question I ask goes back to the first page with your map, to where we were at a year ago to where we are now. Obviously, as you mentioned, there are certain areas of the state that are still experiencing drought areas. And just looking back this past wheat harvest, how many acres of wheat were not cut in the state of Kansas because the crop, it just wasn't able to be cut because the cost exceeded what you would take into the elevator?
Yeah, those numbers are out there for failed or non-harvested. I can look those up. I know we had, I think it's the smallest wheat crop since, I believe it's 1967. A lot fewer acres, and of course, a lot smaller yield, and a lot of abandoned wheat.
I say, because, I mean, we were fortunate that we were able to cut all of our wheat, but I know there were some neighboring farmers that they didn't even get the combines out of the shed because it wasn't even worth going out there and cutting, and they just destroyed their fields. So it's unfortunate, since we're a wheat state, that we had, as you mentioned, the smallest wheat harvest since 1967, but when you don't have water, it's kind of hard to grow stuff.
Actually, we probably got a little bit of benefit from that late spring. It could have been worse, but obviously the fall, when it's planted, and going through the winter when it was as dry as it is, it just doesn't give it much of a chance.
And one of the frustrating things is once we got into the wheat harvest field, then it started raining, and then we couldn't cut the wheat. And then the weeds started to grow, and so it just complicated things even worse.
Yeah, I think this is by far the latest I've ever remembered wheat harvest going. So it's set several records: lateness, smallest, not the records we want to set.
Record year for 2023.
Yeah, it is, and it's not over.
Yeah. You kind of focused on what's going on with sorghum, corn, and soybeans. What about cotton in the state?
So it says we're 10% poor to very poor, 35% fair, and then it'd be 57% good to excellent. And we are pretty much on schedule as far as the development of the crop. I think our acreage is a little bit off from the previous year. I'd have to go back and look.
I was going to ask you what the acreage was for the entire state.
It won't be hard to find that. I just didn't pull that up.
Okay. And then I know this was topical a couple years ago, but you don't hear too much about it now, and that's industrial hemp.
Yes.
Is there any update on or what's going on with industrial hemp?
Yeah, so each year we have fewer applicants, fewer people that are licensed to grow. We and might have Kelsey respond, because she actually had kind of a wrap-up meeting with some of the hemp producers and looking at potentially what we do in the future. If you don't mind, I might have her respond to that.
That's fine. Kelsey?
Good afternoon. Kelsey Olson, Kansas Department of Agriculture. Yes, in June, we hosted a discussion with some industrial hemp stakeholders, some licensees. A couple of your fellow legislators were in attendance, and we sat down and talked about the industry going forward. There's certainly been a shift. When we first developed the state program for industrial hemp, there was a strong market for the CBD products. And since that time, since the mid-2010s, that's kind of declined, probably more than most people expected. So we've really seen a drop in our growers. This year, we only have 41 registered growers in the state of Kansas, and when we launched that program, we were over 200. So we have struggled as a program to manage the workload that we have in comparison with the volume of licensees, as that is a totally fee-funded program. And so our meetings discussed what can we be doing to further support education in producers and integrating that as a crop to rotate into their crop rotations. And then we were also challenged by the stakeholders to look at our current licensing fees. There's a strong argument from the growers that if we had lower fees, that would be less of an inhibiting factor for those who want to enter the market. Our license fee is $1,200 for a license to grow hemp. And so right now, that is not covering our costs as a program. We're running about $220,000 a year to run that program, and we have the influx of the 200 plus growers initially. Those funds have been able to carry us through. But as we've been working on budgets going into this fall, in 2026, we won't be able to sustain the program if our licenses maintain at the same threshold. So we are certainly trying to assess what that looks like. Kansas is not alone in this. We've seen this across other states, and some of our peers have actually terminated a statewide program where the state is involved and passed it over to the federal, our federal partners. So that's something that we're exploring and having internal conversations about as we speak.
What's the rationale for the decline in the interest in CBD?
I'm not sure. Consumer fads, trends, I don't know. I know the people who use it really value that product and feel that they get a lot of benefit from it. But I think there was just an influx of products on the market. I also think that when we look at recreational marijuana and what the landscape has changed over the last few years across the country, I think that may have shifted some of the interest in the use as well.
And then I know when we were assessing the amount for the license fees, I thought we were being somewhat comparable to other states.
We absolutely are. We are very comparable. We are not the highest and we are not the lowest, and we are trying to take a reasonable approach. But it has been an argument that by the industry that we still are too high, and that's a barrier to entry for those wanting to get in the market.
They indicate what they think the appropriate license fee would be? Preferably probably nothing, but.
Well, I mean, there is that argument. Most farmers don't have to register to grow corn or soybeans. But last year there was a bill that ran that looked at reducing it to about half the cost every 2 years. So instead of a $1,200 cost that they had proposed, that it would be $500 for a 2-year time period. Again, that would be a challenge for us to maintain that as a fee-funded program at those rates, and even if we double the growers in the state.
And then, are there market issues?
Yes. And there's a variety of items there. I think there is strong demand for some of the fiber products. We've seen an increase in construction products. And we have a couple processors in the state who say that they have more of a demand for their products to process industrial hemp than that is currently grown. And that's going into construction products, sometimes into plastics. as alternative biodegradable plastic options. And so there is a market out there. It is being marketed some. There's probably an opportunity. It was a challenge to us to think about, as our ag marketing team, do we need to be doing more to support the industrial hemp demand side of things as well as the growers? And I think that it's not a new industry, but as a recently revitalized industry, they've probably struggled with securing some of the traditional support that we do see for other products in the marketplace.
Committee, any questions? Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here today. Appreciate it. You know, just a little bit that I've visited with a few people who were involved in this is there is no market I mean, there's a small market with the fiber and maybe Great Bend, but I don't know that you could grow that in Manhattan and haul to Great Bend and even come out on it. You know, I don't know. I guess if you're wanting to grow this, I would suggest that you do look into helping market it. I think marketing would be the key to getting industrial hemp to take off. I mean, without a market, most guys aren't going to mess with it. I guess my other question is on the water. So is the chief engineer under Department of Ag?
Yes, the Division of Water Resources is within the Kansas Department of Agriculture. It's a division. The chief engineer, by statute, is a classified position.
So do you hire and oversee the chief engineer?
Yes, I hire the chief engineer. And we have a lot of collaboration. You know, I tried to help with where our deficiencies are, you know, on backlog of applications and HR. We provide HR services, fiscal services, legal services, but I don't make decisions on the water law application that's assigned to the chief engineer.
So he's kind of on his own when it comes to that part of it.
Yes.
So how about our local GMDs? Do they not, I mean, you're talking about the backlog on, you know, like applications and so forth. Do they not approve some of that stuff, or does that strictly go to the chief engineer or his staff, or, I mean, how's that work?
So in some cases, they've asked to be a reviewer, and quite frankly, that may be a little bit of the problem. But it's either our field offices. We have Division of Water Resources has an office in Stockton and Garden City and Stafford and Topeka. So some of those staff help out, but you know, in the end, the certificate's signed by, you know, the chief engineer. And in some cases, I mean, the GMDs, probably all of them take a little different approach. But I think they review most of the, especially new ones. And one thing I forgot to add is most of the High Plains aquifer areas are closed to new appropriation. So it doesn't take long when you have a new application. But our staff tells me we're seeing more and more applications in the eastern part of the state. There's more people looking at ways to maybe have irrigation, or it may be municipal needs, or industrial needs. So we haven't seen an influx of new applications in the west like we have the east. We have a lot of change applications. A lot of those need to be processed and signed off on.
And that's partly my concern when you say we have this big backlog, is somebody that has to drill a new one because the casing has collapsed or something like that, to have to, you know, wait in line. It seems like quite a deal, but it seems to me like you're exactly right on this irrigation has moved east, and haven't learned anything from what went on in the west. Absolutely nothing. I mean, we continue to drill holes and put in more and keep pumping it away. And, you know, I don't know, just one opinion here, but, you know, I know in the West, the farmers do the best they can with what they have, and I guarantee you that the day they can shut that water off, whether they're on their corn or their milo or their soybeans, they're going to shut it off because they don't want that cost to continue, and they're going to try to save as much as they can every day, and they do. But it's just ironic to me that to see what's going on further east, that we're just giving out applications and poking holes where all over the country. But that's,
Yeah, but and I might say, I think we're a lot more sophisticated in the approval process. You know, we're in the 50s and early 60s where a lot of those were granted for that same purpose. And that's why it takes so long, is when you've got to study the impact to others before you grant that application. And one of the things that also takes a while that I think is positive is if our folks get an application and it's not complete, or if they change it a little bit, it might be able to be approved. Instead of sending it back and say, you know, incomplete or need information, when we get to that, then we start the dialogue and we try to work through that one before we go to the next one. So that, I think that's the best approach, but it just takes too long. And if we have permits that involve other agencies, like on highway projects or economic development projects, we've found a way to expedite that.
so we had Department of Transportation here earlier today, and the chair had asked about the projects up in Norton County. Yeah, and yeah, well, and you know, part of the issue is that we're trying to realign that highway, and there's a bunch of irrigation on one side, more so than the other side, and I think the local people there wanted to shift that a little so they wouldn't have to move all them sprinklers and all them, you know, wells. And I didn't ask him that, but I'm assuming that's part of the holdup. But I appreciate you working with the people out there. I know the chief engineer and everyone's been working hard at this, so thank you guys.
Let us know if you hear anything, if you have any questions.
Any further questions for the secretary? The only thing that I would like to follow up on is on the wildfire task force. I know we had a meeting in May.
The last one was like June 12,
June.
by phone or by Zoom.
And anyways, I just kind of wanted to get your opinion on what the end task is. I mean, we're going to make a recommendation to the legislature, but what ultimately does the task force want to see happen with those recommendations? And
Well,
if you could, you can explain the recommendation that you said for mitigation.
Well, yeah, on mitigation, I'm trying to look at some of those. I mean, on mitigation, a lot of it was helping local fire units, you know, apply for funds for community grants for mitigation to take care of the fire, the fuel load. One of them was the non-utility power lines was one issue. I think it's a recognition that it can be a problem. The tentative recommendation is to suggest legislation giving the Corporation Commission authority to respond to complaints. You know, that's the only way the task force has found so far, and that may be a final recommendation. Then there's a lot of talk about support for volunteer firefighters. Roughly 80% of our firefighting force in the state are volunteers. No concrete suggestions yet. I'm going to try to pin down a little bit about what can the state do to help that. That's logical. Yeah, I should have refreshed my memory on some of the tentative recommendations. But
that's all right. I do have to commend you because those of us that served on the wildfire task force can be a raucous group, and going in all different tangents and trying to steer all, what, 30 of us,
Oh,
25
at least 25.
of us, and then trying to have a conversation with all these different opinions. And you have, not only do you have those that were affected, you have firefighters, you have state agencies, you have state legislators. I mean, it's a pretty widespread group. And then obviously when you get to and I'm going to say this with the state agency part, one wants to be in control and dominate the others, and then nobody else wants that on the other state agency. So it's been a very interesting process with the wildfire task force. But I think at least my opinion, the end goal is the state's response. Because when we had the 4-county fire, I have said this before, the state's response was poor. It was lacking. And I think that we need to have something in place. That's the reason why late last legislative session, I introduced the bill, which is supposed to be just a skeleton or a framework on how the state responds to catastrophic events across the state of Kansas. Not just wildfires, but tornadoes, floods, any type of catastrophe.
Yeah, and what I hope to do, maybe with your help, when we get done, when we're looking at our list of recommendations, is, okay, I mean, a lot of these may be too much. What are the most meaningful, impactful changes that has the best chance of happening?
All right, I'll open up one more time. Any more questions for the Secretary? If not, thank you again, Secretary Beam, for being here.
Thank you.
And committee, we're still ahead of schedule, but I do see that we have Connie Owen, the Director of the Kansas Water Office, so we'll go ahead and move in to your presentation on the State Water Plan Fund enhancements. So Connie.
Okay. Chairman Waymaster, members of the committee, thank you for having me. I'm Connie Owen, the Director of the Kansas Water Office, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about additions to the State Water Plan Fund this year that began with the Kansas House Water Committee and worked their way through the process. So what I'm going to do initially is tell you a little bit about who the Water Office is, who we are, what we do, to give you a little context, because that helps frame the conversation about the State Water Plan Fund. So, first slide, please. Thank you. So the Water Office is one of what's considered the main 3 water agencies for the state. We are not regulatory. We do not permit. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment does the water quality permitting and regulating. And as you just heard, the Division of Water Resources within the Department of Ag does water rights and water quantity permitting. The Water Office, by contrast, is the state policy planning and coordinating agency. And our flagship responsibility is to develop the Kansas Water Plan, which was updated. We updated that a year ago this month. The water plan is ultimately approved by the Kansas Water Authority, which is an advisory board of appointees that is affiliated with our office. And I'll talk a little bit more about their role in the whole what happens to the money process. But I would also mention, next slide, please. We have 2 main responsibility areas. One is the water planning and implementation that I just mentioned, and the other area is our public water supply. We are the agent for the state to contract with the federal government, with the Corps of Engineers, for storage supply in the federal reservoirs in Kansas. And then, so we pay the Corps for storage in those reservoirs, and we have contracts with them that are at different terms, expiring at different times for different amounts. We then contract with local entities, primarily municipalities and some special districts, to buy water out of that to provide water supply. So Topeka, Clinton, Water One, a lot of entities, most 2/3 of the state's population gets their water supply through this process. Next slide, please. So what happened last year? And thank you, because this was a really landmark year for advancing funding for water needs as well as financial responsibility for the state. So Senate sub for House Bill 2302. One of the things that it did was to provide $52 million to pay down the remaining reservoir storage debt that the state had with the Corps of Engineers. So the various contracts that we have had for the various reservoirs, a year ago, 3 of those were paid off. And this last year, the money was set aside to pay off the remaining debt. So what this means is, a couple of years ago, not only did we have a large debt, but we had debt for which we didn't have revenue in hand to pay. So this puts us in a fantastic situation, saves the state millions and millions of dollars in interest. $52 million, however, was not directly paid to the Corps to pay off the debts. It was thought at that time that it would make more sense to invest it, because it was thought that with the low interest rates on the contracts for the reservoirs, that it could earn money in the meantime before the contracts came due. So the money has been invested by the Pooled Money Investment Board, and that was done before the end of this past fiscal year. So then how does the money end up paying for the reservoir debt? There are 2 different ways that can happen. One is if the interest rates flip and it doesn't make sense anymore to leave it invested, then the state treasurer can pull it out and pay off the debts for the reservoirs. The other way is if the state of Kansas needs control of the water, which we might need, because currently the federal government manages all these federal reservoirs. They have their own master manual, their own plan. These reservoirs belong to the feds. And so if there's water storage, even if we have a contract for it, if we haven't paid for it yet, we don't have control of it. So they could release it for navigation somewhere else downstream. They could do what they want to with the amount we haven't paid for. So in order to call it into service, we have to pay for it first, and then we can have control of it if we just simply make the phone call and say we're calling it into service. If there's a need to do that, then the director of the water office, I can inform the state treasurer, and that triggers the State Finance Council decision on whether or not that step should be taken. So it initiates with the water office saying we do need control of the water, but we don't unilaterally get to just make that decision. So that would go through the State Finance Council. Next slide, please. So in addition to the reservoir payment investment, Senate sub for House Bill 2302 infused an additional $35 million into the State Water Plan Fund, which is fabulous, wonderful, absolutely landmark decision. What happens to that $35 million in general? Those are the 3 lines below that. And I'm going to start from the bottom up because it makes more sense to me to do it that way. The bill created 2 new grants funds, and one of them is for technical assistance for water infrastructure projects, and I'll talk more about these grant funds in detail in a minute. The technical assistance fund is $5 million a year that comes off the top of that 35. Then another 12 comes off the top for the water projects grants fund. After those 2 funds have the 5 pulled out and the 12 pulled out, there's $18 million of new money in the State Water Plan Fund, which is fantastic. Next slide, please. So I'm going to step back a minute. We're talking about the State Water Plan Fund. So I'm going to talk about the process that we have had in place for quite a while to make recommendations for how that money is spent. And it all begins with the water plan. That's why the fund exists. These are the 5 guiding principles that are included in that Kansas Water Plan. The High Plains Aquifer, restoring our reservoirs, improving our water quality, reducing our vulnerability to extreme events, and increasing awareness of Kansas water resources. So as we move forward, remember, these are the purposes for which that money is supposed to be spent. Next slide, please. This is a depiction of what is the money that goes into the State Water Plan Fund. So the box up on top shows the fees that go into the State Water Plan Fund every year. These are the rates that are paid, and generally every year it amounts to about $12 million. Then below that you see Economic Development Initiative Fund. By statute, $2 million is supposed to come from that every year. And then State General Fund, $6 million is supposed to come from that every year. Those designations date back to 1989, and that's when the State Water Plan Fund was created. So some years that's been funded, some years it hasn't, some years it's been partially funded, but major thanks and appreciation to the legislature, because for the last 2 years, the $2 million and the $6 million have been fully funded. Then this year, another $18 million is added onto that. So that just kind of gives you a snapshot of the money that goes into the State Water Plan Fund. Next slide, please. So here's where we get to, how does the money get spent? Or at least how does it get recommended to be spent? Because spending it is your job. There is a several-step process that's delineated by the boxes, and I'll try to kind of speed past that without taking up too much time. But this is the process that we've used every year at the Water Office to make sure that we have agency input and, more importantly, local input into the recommendations. So initially, in the spring, the process begins. We get agency input from our partner agencies, and we start the process of Regional Advisory Committee input. By statute, our office must involve local volunteer voices. So we have 14 regional planning areas in the state. Each one of those has a committee of local volunteers. They meet, they talk about their goals and action plans. Their information is fed up through the processing part of the water plan. They also recommend how to spend the State Water Plan funds. What are their priorities? What do they want to see spent? And their recommendations are developed in each committee. And this year, we made a real effort to engage the committees and give them the best opportunity to provide input, to be heard, to be seen. We had in-person meetings in all 14 of these areas with all 14 committees. And a shout out to one of my staffers, Angela Anderson, our planning and outreach lead, who went to 13 of the 14. She was on the road all the time. And we also had the staffer in our office whose job it is to plan for those particular areas. And we had leadership. So either I attended, or Assistant Director Matt Unruh, or Victoria Potts, our Policy and Governmental Affairs lead. One of us, sometimes two, sometimes all three of us, personally attended these meetings so that we could show the respect and the listening and the engagement with the local volunteers and the local voices. So when we compile all that information, that was collected through most of the month of July. Then that information my office compiles to take the next step. The Water Authority, that advisory board that I mentioned, they're the ones that ultimately make the decision on what to recommend to spend. They have their own budget committee that's a subset. And so the Regional Advisory Committee information and the state agency information my office puts together. The Water Authority's budget committee then looks at that. They've met twice this last few weeks. They come up with recommendations. And it looks something like this. This might be what you see each year. The State Water Plan Fund is all 35 or whatever they are line items. And tomorrow, that will happen again. The Water Authority is meeting in McPherson, and they will consider the recommendations that have gone through this entire process, including additional 18 million, which we now have for FY25. And the Water Authority tomorrow will decide what numbers to put to what line items and what programs. I say decide, they decide what to recommend, because then their recommendations go through our individual agency budgeting requests. Some of these projects are done by my office, some of them are done by KDHE, some are done by Department of Ag. So the Department of Ag's component is in their budget. KDHE's component is in theirs, and Water Office is in ours. So it's part of our budget request that goes through the Division of Budget process, through the governor's office. The governor will make her recommendations, and then the request comes to you, to the legislature, to ultimately decide how that money is going to get spent. And at this point, I might pause and see if you have any questions for me at this point.
Committee, are there any questions for Connie? Representative Hoffman, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to find, there was an announcement by the governor just a couple of days ago for money to, it was more money to, I think it was for water or conservation something. Do you?
I know exactly who can tell you about that.
Okay, so
Secretary
that didn't
Bean?
go through the Water Office?
So that announcement was unappropriate or undesignated funds from previous year. So Division of Conservation reached out to all the local conservation districts and said, if you have uncommitted funds in this category, send them back. It was $1 million, so we could reallocate it. And I was told we had application for 5 million, so that 1 million went real quick.
So it wasn't new money, it was just reallocated money. Oh, okay.
But it did begin as State Water Plan Fund, so yeah.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, you may proceed.
Okay, and so what I'll wrap up with is, as I mentioned, we had these two grant programs, Technical Assistance Grant Fund and the Water Projects Grant Fund. Real quickly, we'll look at the Technical Assistance Grants. That's a total of $5 million a year to be administered by the Water Office for planning, engineering, managing, and even applying for other grants. The maximum amount per grant is $1 million. The eligible applicants are municipalities or special districts related to water, such as perhaps watershed districts, groundwater management districts, whatnot. And it listed a couple of general priorities, one being municipalities fewer than 2,000 people. So this was to help, in that vein, it's to help small communities that don't have the wherewithal to have an engineer, to have a planning, to apply for grants. This helps them to even ask for money that may be available for them to help. The Water Projects Grants Fund is $12 million a year, to be administered by the Water Office. Again, the same applicants, municipalities or special districts related to water. And the purposes are construction, repair, maintenance, water-related infrastructures, matching money for grants or loans for the same kind of infrastructure purposes, and interestingly, to help pay off outstanding loan balances that one of these two categories of applicant may have from the Public Water Supply Loan or the Kansas Pollution Control Revolving Fund. Those are programs administered by the Department of Health and Environment, but this grant fund can help them pay off their remaining loan balance under those programs. The maximum amount per year is $8 million. And so where are we with those grant programs? We started groundwork on that even before July 1, and we have continued and expanded our efforts on a number of fronts to create and be ready to run programs that are accessible, transparent, impactful, and that make good use of the funds that you generously provided. The Water Office has collaborated with our partner agencies, specifically Department of Ag and KDHE, because these grant funds could affect or be affected by things that encompass their duties. We've reached out to state experts, consulting with teams from the Department of Commerce and the Department of Transportation who have extensive experience in administering grant programs. The Water Office has not previously administered any grant programs. So we're learning from our sister agencies how to do it best and how not to reinvent the wheel. They've been extremely helpful. In fact, one of their suggestions that we've begun working on is investigating software programs that will help track the monies, monitor the progress, and provide accountability. And accountability not just to us, but to you for how this money is being spent. We've been researching and compiling regulations as required by the bill. That step, as you know, is going to be a long one, but we've got it started, and we have draft regs under review already internally. And the Water Office has compiled initial guidelines to serve as the face of the grant programs that will clearly inform the public and applicants and anyone else about how to access these grant opportunities and how the program will operate. And those guidelines are currently under consideration and revision right now. We've also been composing position descriptions for staffing these programs, making sure we have the right combination of grant administration skills as well as technical review skills. Because when it comes particularly to the water projects grant funds, we need the engineering and construction expertise to make sure that those requests make sense. So all those steps are being taken to ensure that we have a successful and impactful program that is responsible with the money that you've kindly provided. So with that, I will stand for any more questions.
All right, thank you, Connie. The first question I have is, since you started out with it being a stellar year in the legislative session of 2023, what are your budget requests for 2024?
We're working on those, sir. Actually, the agencies are in conversation to try to target the most meaningful, impactful, shovel-ready projects that would make the most sense to go for in FY24.
And then going back to the Water Technical Assistance Fund, do rural water districts, can they apply for this?
Rural water districts would qualify. There's special districts related
And
to
that's
water.
what I was going to ask, the definition of special districts.
Well, that will probably ultimately appear in our regs
right.
that we are in the process of crafting. But it was, in my view, the bill was written to be expansive. So that's the view we take of it, is that it's meant to help as many people as possible.
All right, thank you. Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these two grants aren't, they're specifically more for municipalities and like rural water districts, but, and you said you were wanting to learn from others. It appears to me that some of this could be, the conservation districts could be a big partner in some of this. They've been doing grants for years. And I don't want us to create a whole new, and which we did, I mean, in a way, and I voted for it. But I think this could be done without, the Water Office buying software and all that. Some of it could be done in collaboration with the Department of Ag as far as some of these grants and things like that. So I hope you look at that and not say, okay, well, we're going to, start doing the same thing over in the Water Office just simply because this gives you the authority to do it.
Right, and that's what we want to avoid. We want to avoid any duplication. And in fact, conservation districts have a special provision in this bill. If two or more get together and request some of this money, I think it's under the 18 million, not the grant funds, but for additional staffing and salary support, there's a special nod to conservation districts in the bill.
And I'm not necessarily saying that, I'm just saying that they can implement it. I mean, because people back home, they trust the conservation districts for the most part in your rural areas. I mean, maybe not so much in the bigger cities, but in in your rural areas, they know that they can go to the conservation district for this sort of help. So I just hope we will
No,
definitely
I'm
look
sure they will be a very valuable partner going forward. We would definitely coordinate with them.
All right, thank you.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. So on this grant fund projects, you have 12 million, and you could allocate up to 8 million for one project? I mean,
That's the way it's written, sir.
I know, I'm just wondering, I mean, hopefully one project doesn't get 3/4 of the money.
It is my personal intention, although I can't commit. This is a big process with a lot of input. That's not my intention at all. My intention is to have a broad-based benefit.
I'm glad to hear that, because when I read this, it was like, wow, you know, we missed that when we was doing all this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
There are many that could take it up all at once, yeah.
Okay, also on these grants, is this strictly municipalities and water districts? Can individuals apply for any of this?
Not at this time, sir, not the way it's written up.
Because I know in certain districts or whatever, there's.
But this is similar to, if I could be so bold, what it looks like to me, is similar to the legislation that you passed for bill money, for the bipartisan infrastructure law money and the federal money to help provide for that initial cost share that some of the communities need. It's kind of like that. It's another avenue for entities, particularly those that don't have the wherewithal without it, to get into the process to do things they need or to leverage additional money to do things they need.
You know, especially in the water districts, you know, if me and the chairman are at the end of the line and we're wanting to hook up to the water, we basically have to pay for it, you know, where some of this may have been paid for with grants or so forth. That's why I asked how that was kind of split, whether it's strictly individual or, you know, I guess the water district.
They may expand that. I mean, that's up to you all. If you want to expand the eligibility, that's certainly within your purview to do.
I just think the wider we can spread this net, the better off we are. Thank you.
Any further questions for Director Owen? Representative Helgerson.
It's nice to hear your optimism. I don't share it. The legislature has a history of starting programs and ending them or draining them when we don't have the money. Even though we have pardon the pun, even though we have $3 billion in reserves right now, there's going to be a time in the next few years that we won't have the funds to put in the 35 million. While the iron is hot, is there any additional projects that you think we should use this $3 billion for to lock up more water rights or water opportunities that we will need in the next 20 years?
Let's chat. No, I'm saying, I don't mean to be flip about that. For example, the starting point for an answer to that. Last year, the agencies were asked if everything that was recommended in the state water plan was funded, what would it cost? And the agencies came up with ballpark estimates. Nobody went out and got, you know, all their scoping and everything. The estimate was around 69 million. And so where we are now, we're not at 69 million. And so the need for whether it's water projects, whether it's support for producers as they transition into more water challenging times, there is a wide panoply of needs that are needs. So I don't have any doubt that there are many more things that are very impactful and very necessary that could be considered. So I am optimistic because I've never seen this level of support. And I also have not perceived such a momentum in the public, in the legislature, in the governor's office, everywhere, to care about water and to really address water needs. I think we are completely entering a new phase where people realize how important this is, and we're going to find a way to deal with things that we need to deal with so that we are in good shape going forward. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take challenges, but we have what we need to do it. We have the ability if we choose to, and I'm confident that we'll take advantage of this moment in time.
Representative Helgerson.
I appreciate your optimism. I look around the room and I think Mike's the only one that was here at the time, and me. And there was this kind of optimism both in the House and the Senate, and this kind of enthusiasm. And you're not going to be here in 10 years or 20 years, and Mike's not going to be, and I'm not going to be. Yeah, that's the true reality. The only thing we have, which I wish we would have done in the 80s, is to buy more water and opportunities at that time. And we don't have a better opportunity than right now with the money that we have to lock up as much as we can. I'm asking anybody and everybody, are there any opportunities out there that we could lock up more opportunities to have water in the next 20, 30 years? If you know, this is a across-the-board statement. It's the best thing that we can do to spend our money, other than possibly education. But if they don't have water, they're not going to get an education.
Well, please understand me. I'm not saying everything's going to be fine, we're great now. This water plan was unfunded for years to the tune of $80 million. By the time the legislature fully funded the $2 million and the $6 million 2 years ago, we were $80 million in arrears. I'm very aware. But I believe we need a spirit of we can do this. And there are fears, there are hesitancies, because to do some things we really need to do is going to take change. But I believe we can come out on the other side better, and we're going to have to. In some contexts, if we don't change, the other side's going to be really bad. So I prefer to encourage the things we need to do now, as you say, instead of bringing a negative voice, because I think the negative's there. We can't avoid it. But I think it should spur us to do good things that we need to do, and there are plenty that we need to do now. So I appreciate your passion for wanting to try to address these problems, and believe me, I do share that.
Any other questions for Director Owen? All right, seeing none, and we look forward to your budget requests.
Thank you for having me.
All right. All right, committee, we are running a little ahead of schedule. Is everybody here from the Highway Patrol? No, okay. I didn't think I saw Colonel Smith, so we'll go ahead and move on to Frank. That's our item for 3:45, but we're running ahead of schedule. So Frank Burnham, Director from the Office of Facility and Property Management with the Department of Administration, is going to give us an update on the very ugly building across the street, the Docking State Office Building, the way it looks right now.
Good afternoon. Do you guys have these handy? Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm Frank Burnham, actually Deputy Secretary of Operations now. Still have the docking and the KDHE projects under my purview. The docking project, as you can see, is well into the demolition phase. We are making significant progress. Once they got kind of past the top head house where all the elevator equipment and all the beefy structure was at, they're really making great progress as they're moving down through. Someone gonna hit the slide for me here. There we go.
Here's just some examples that we're taking from the crane view up on top of the structure. Again, they are using a robotic machinery to knock the concrete subfloor to the floor below and then pushing it down through the elevator shaft, and then cutting the steel and removing those in large T sections. If you want to advance. Again, right now they're on the 9th floor, so they're actually stripping the rest of the 10th floor. So if you want to go one more. The photo on your left actually shows the wetting of the material as it's coming down. And again, with the heat and the wind that we've had, it's been something that we've asked the contractor to continue to stay on top of to mitigate the dust control. So they are using wetting conditions in both the deconstruction on the ground level. They're also doing required air testing to make sure that we're staying within the industry standards. This is some photos of what's going on down in the basement. So the original vault that was down there that used to service the Department of Revenue years ago has now been turned into what's called a thermal labyrinth. So there are 4-foot center CMU walls that create basically a labyrinth or a maze. So we will pull the heat in at night, take it down into the labyrinth, and use the building as kind of a ground source cooling that will reduce our overall energy consumption for the building moving forward. So it's just an adaptive reuse of that space. We continue to have on-site design meetings weekly with our consultants as we're finalizing our interior finishes, our continued stress of reuse of the materials and in creative ways. We're also now working with our state partners to refine the exhibits, the displays, the different kinds of uses that this facility will provide us, and make sure we're bringing those groups in to be part of that discussion. We were also taking special provisions to make sure that the heat plant is ready to go the second week of October. So we're putting steel protection over the existing temporary flues. The gas service is all going in this week, so we will be on or ahead of schedule to assure that we have the heat on, which sounds funny today, but we're going to need it here before too long. So we are planning ahead, and we're very confident in where we're at in that process. So we are right now on schedule to have the building completely down to grade level by mid-December, and the reconstruction process will be beginning sometime around the first part of January. We have procured long lead items like elevators and generators now. Again, some of you have heard me told me these other presentations. Those are 60 and 80 week lead times. So we were aggressive in making sure we get those in order now and get them coming this way. So again, we meet weekly with our team and all of our partners, and we are on target for our occupancy around June of 2025. With that, I'll take questions.
And remind me again, do we know who the occupants are going to be when it's completed in 2025?
We have not, other than the Capitol Police Troop K and some facilities management support staff that'll occupy the basement, we have not identified those other tenants. It's an exercise we're going through right now. We're running different scenarios to see what different moves then allow us to do in some of the other buildings on the Capitol complex where we might need to do some updates and then move people back into those state buildings as those spaces come available. So it's kind of a domino effect, but we'll be having around 60,000 square feet will come back online, and then it's a matter of moving those pieces. So that's an exercise over the next 4 to 6 months that we hope to complete so we can start the strategic planning with those agencies.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Frank? Representative Helgerson.
What's the final cost? What contract do we have?
The contract is fixed at $109 million. That was bid through Hutton Construction. That's a design build with the bridging documents, so they are fixed to that cost. And so far, we are still tracking within that number.
And do you have an allocation that's already a part of it for the interior, or is that separate?
The interior fit out is part of that $109 million number. What we will have are additional exhibits or sculpture or art elements that were not part of the construction cost. So those are decisions we're making now. What do we put in as far as infrastructure? And then how do we put those items in future years? And what do those items look like? And how do we pay for those items?
You say sculpture art, what do you mean?
There'll be a large exhibit area. There'll be lots of areas on the upper floors for art, painting, sculpture, just a variety of things, the story of docking. We have lots of areas that have been carved out. We haven't put content or identified what that content will be. There'll be a lot of video walls that'll allow us to do marketing, advertising, stuff like that. So
this is aside from the sculptures that are on it or on it previously.
correct. Those sculptures are in the budget. Those go down to grade level. Those will be exterior site features and the lighting and everything. Those are in the budget, correct.
So is that different than the museum that you're supposed to have?
It's, we'll call it an exhibit space. It's a 3-story area that can have traveling museum exhibits. We could bring things from the Sternberg. We could bring things from the universities. It just gives us a facility that allows us to have ever-changing exhibits that are Kansas-related. We can do Kansas Expo, Kansas Day. I mean, it can be basically anything we want it to be. We're creating the space and the infrastructure.
You have more detail, I'd like to have that.
Very understand.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and to piggyback on Representative Helgerson, is that going to be in conjunction with the State Historical Society? Are you working with them so that they can continue to have a rotating displays, I guess, to maybe push people towards their facility out on I-70?
Absolutely, they're correct. They're one of the many partners, including commerce and tourism, where we're bringing people together to look at creative ways, again, to give that person that's stopping in downtown Topeka that experience that maybe spurs them to go out and see the museum and the renovations that are happening out there as well.
Okay, but I guess pointedly, is the Historical Society, have they made the commitment to keep that fresh and to have artifacts there?
No, we have not established that role currently.
Okay. I mean, I think that's something that I hope we can get started pretty quick because, you know, that was kind of part of, I think, a little bit of an envision that there'd be some of that. And I think those discussions probably need to be talked about then. If they haven't said, yes, we will, because otherwise, it may not happen.
Yeah. We are working with Patrick Zollner out there, so we have the right people at the table as we work through this process.
All right, thank you.
Any other further questions in regards to the docking building? All right, seeing none, you may move on to the KDHE lab.
So as one building's coming down, the other one's going up, actually a little faster than the other one's coming down. So we're going to have a great time lapse by the time these two projects are done and watching these occur. But the steel is now fully constructed. In fact, the crane came down last week, which is a good sign. They continue with concrete pours. Actually, they're pouring at 2 a.m. in the morning due to the heat in order to stay on target and on schedule. And when they're not pouring, they're forming walls and setting things on the lower floors. So we're getting close to starting to put the roof on it with the intent to have this fully weather tight before winter. So they're making significant progress there. What you see in that last picture was actually a full-size mock-up of the actual building materials that's built next to the job trailer there. Purpose will be to test those materials for water testing, but it gives you a real idea of what those finishes are going to look like. It'll be a really nice-looking building. Another thing I'd highlight is this was the topping out ceremony that took place last month. This included all the lab people coming down from the Forbes and getting to sign the beam as they raised the last beam and displayed the Kansas and American flag there, and it's lit at night. So just another great opportunity to get the buy-in and participation of the people that will outfit and maintain this. Again, we're on target for that project with anticipation of starting to occupy by December of 2024. In saying this, we are also now working on what do we do with the existing Forbes facility out there. Again, the building is about the same vintage and materials and issues that Docking had. There's about 30 acres out there. So we're internally doing exercises to account for what kind of costs would be associated for either raising that facility or putting that out for surplus and putting it back on the tax rolls. That's a highly developed area out there. There's a lot going on in those areas. We also have, working with our partners at KDHE to anticipate the dual occupancy that we will experience during the move as we're transitioning, and helping them assess what kind of expenses there may be for moving materials and breaking down lab equipment. There's a significant amount of stuff that was purchased over the last few years through the pandemic that has been always designed to come down and help outfit the new facility. So lots of moving pieces in those areas. There'll be a lot of surplus opportunities there, but that's kind of the project after the project, but we have to start now because it's less than 18 months away. So.
All right, thank you for the update. Any questions for Frank? All right, see none?
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being flexible with the schedule. I'm not seeing Colonel Smith. He's outside? Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our last item that is on our agenda today, and that is going to be a presentation on the state asset forfeiture funds, and then also we're going to have a discussion about the physical mail security threats that occurred earlier this summer. So right now, I would invite Colonel Eric Smith, Acting Superintendent to the Kansas Highway Patrol, to the podium. Colonel? Is your mic on?
How about now?
It sounds like it is. Yeah.
All right. Chairman Waymaster and members of the committee, my name is Eric Smith, and I'm the Superintendent of the Kansas Highway Patrol. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the agency's state asset forfeiture program and an update on the mail security threats. Before you are copies of today's presentation that I will be referencing throughout the meeting. Within today's presentation, I'll touch briefly on the guiding authority for the state forfeiture program, a high-level review of the process flow, and I'll share with you the revenues and expenditures, as well as how those have been utilized over the last several years during the course of the program. And then finally, I'll share with you the reporting requirements and the audit results related to that state forfeiture and their activities. With me also today is our Chief Fiscal Officer Sherry Mackey and Major Mitch Clark, who are both subject matter experts in a lot of these areas, as this is only my 6th week in office. So while I have familiarized myself with a lot of the high level, the granular details will come from the staff with me here today. If we could jump forward to slide 3 right there, thank you very much. Kansas Highway Patrol is guided by the Kansas Standard Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act, which was established in 1994 under KSA 60-4101. Within that statute, the following items are defined and codified. The definition of what forfeiture is, the jurisdiction for forfeiture, covered offenses, state statute violations that give rise to that forfeiture, the subject, the property that's subject to forfeiture, such as cash, personal property or real property, exemptions to personal or to forfeiture. The proceedings are described within that statute, how we as an agency are to handle property that's seized pending forfeiture, and also the reporting requirements that we'll touch on just a little bit later. Then also there is a state asset forfeiture pending account that was established in 2018 to make sure that certain funds that were newly seized but not yet adjudicated by the courts to ensure that those were not commingled and inadvertently released to an agency for use or for sharing. Next slide. I've provided a high-level overview of the workflow within that slide in your presentation before you that basically accounts for the time that property is taken into custody by law enforcement, by the Highway Patrol, to when those funds become adjudicated by the courts and are either returned or made available for agency use. Just at a very high level, once a seizure occurs, for example, if currency is involved, the money would be taken to a bank, converted to a cashier's check, logged into a system, and then sent to the fiscal office for deposit with the state treasurer under that state forfeiture pending account that was established in 2018. If it's other property, personal property, it would be transferred to a secure Kansas Highway Patrol evidence facility. The courts then, through due process, are used to make a ruling on the case and decide the final disposition, whether it is to be forfeited or whether it's to be returned to the owner. If it is determined that the agency cannot retain possession of the property, it is returned to the owner. And if they determine that the agency retains possession of the property, forfeiture is granted, a court order is issued, submitted to Kansas Highway Patrol, and our fiscal unit will then move that from the pending account into an account that's available for agency use. Move on to slide 5, if you would, please. Just on the average, over the last 10 years, the revenue, and I use that word loosely, it's money that's forfeited by the court and transferred into, or from the pending account into the agency available account. The average is about $706,000 per year over the last decade. The expenditures that come out of that account, and expenditures account for things like court costs, contracting, wages, salary, capital outlay, and consumable goods. Those totaled, or I'm sorry, averaged about $611,000 over the last decade. You'll notice a large spike on your graph there between 2018 and 2019 in revenues. That can be explained simply because that's when the revenue account was established, the pending account was established, and that money had to be transferred from its existing account into that pending account. In terms of where you see high levels of expenditures, there's really two major reasons for those two expenditures. The first one was a purchase of a piece of tactical equipment, a Bearcat vehicle. It's commonly used in high-risk entry situations. And then there was a second large expenditure in 2023, which was an authorized expenditure for in-car dash cameras that were placed in every marked KHP vehicle. There's some additional expenditures in there by classification that include over that period about $250,000 in salary and wages, training, software, and other professional and scientific supplies that are authorized in the statute for KHP operations. Next slide, slide 6. That's just another representation of the expenditures by classification. The majority have been capital outlay, and the distinction between capital outlay and consumable goods is really the value of the item and the life of the item. The majority of that money, over 50%, is spent on capital outlay, and then divided down into contractual services at 22%, commodities at 11%, and then smaller amounts for salary, wages, and then other claims where, for example, it costs money to return property to owners, pay for the storage of a vehicle, for example. All in all, one thing that I would note is that out of over $6 million in revenue, the courts only ordered that about $225,000 of that be returned to the owner. The rest of the seizures were validated by the courts. Next slide on activities. In terms of the reporting requirements, we are required by the statute to report to the legislature. With the implementation of KSA 604127, we now submit that report via the KBI online portal, the database that was established just a couple of years back. That now becomes our reporting vehicle to report ours as well as every other agency throughout the state that reports into that. Slide number 9. In terms of audits and oversights, the courts, the civil courts do have judicial oversight throughout this entire process. That is the civil due process expectation. At the state level, KHP was subject to legislative post-audit review in 2016. It did find that KHP complied with the major state laws regarding the safeguarding, the liquidation, the expenditure, the seizure, the storage, and then the reporting of all of those proceeds or property. And then just as an anecdotal note, while federal forfeiture is different and not state-focused, we were also audited by the U.S. Department of Justice in 2021 regarding our federal asset forfeiture program, and there were no material findings in that audit as well. I want to move on to the other topic about physical mail security. As everyone is aware, in June of this year, there were several instances of threatening mail being sent to several members of the legislature and other political figures, both in Kansas and throughout the United States. I would just say that because that's an active, ongoing investigation by the FBI and by the KBI, there's very limited information that I can offer on that. But what I would say is that KHP does take its responsibility to protect this facility and the Capitol complex very seriously. And certainly in the event and to the extent that those items of mail were sent to this facility, I do think that there were a couple of those instances. KHP would handle that consistent with our hazardous device and hazardous materials protocol, and then would coordinate with the other law enforcement stakeholders as appropriate. In this case, that would have been the KBI and the FBI. I would also say that if there are additional security measures or security features that need to be taken or addressed with Department of Administration and with the facilities, would be happy to have those conversations and look into the enhancement of security for mail that comes into this building for any occupant of this building. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the committee for their time and for their attention and for your continued support of Kansas Highway Patrol. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or, where necessary, defer questions or get the answers for you.
All right, well, thank you, and I want to say welcome to the Kansas Highway Patrol. Good to have you here. The one thing that, we'll go back to the general mail threat, and then I'll see if, let's see if Sarah has anything to say about state forfeiture. Was there any mail received here in the Capitol?
It's my understanding that there were 2 pieces of mail that the Highway Patrol actually handled and delivered to law enforcement. Whether or not it was received in this facility, Major Clark, do you know?
I know one specific.
Please state your name. And
my name is Mitch Clark, Major with the Kansas Highway Patrol. One specific item, mail article, was intercepted. Actually, through the processing, it was opened up in a facility. I believe that was in the Justice Department, and automatically, Troop K, Capitol Police, were summoned. We responded and mitigated that situation.
All right, thank you. Committee, any questions for Colonel Smith? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the forfeiture, I'm assuming that the all agencies, local sheriff departments, they all follow the same procedure as far as that graph, I guess, that you had, that the Highway Patrol does is with forfeiture. If they receive, they can't spend it until it's gone through the...
I would like to presume that all other agencies are compliant, as is the patrol in terms of their protocols. Here's what I can tell you is different between us and other agencies. We set a minimum threshold for the amount of money that we would process for forfeitures. Whether or not another agency does that outside of the requirements of the statute, I don't know.
But in the statute, they're supposed to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Okay, thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on this 225,000 that was returned to folks, was there any interest added to that, or any costs or anything for them not being guilty of of that crime or whatever it was?
Sure. So where the preponderance of the evidence was not met, I do know that there are costs associated with returning that money. Whether or not that's encapsulated in interest costs or other type of costs, I don't know, but I can certainly get the answer to your question. We'll be happy to report back to you in writing what additional remedies or compensation or reparation was made in those cases.
I'm just saying, are they made whole, for?
So certainly in terms of the amount of money that was seized from them, it would have been returned in its entirety. Whether or not additional interest or penalties would have been required, I'd have to look at that on a case-by-case basis, but I'd be happy to do that.
That would be great.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
Let me follow up on that just for clarification. And I'll use the example of a car. If a car is seized and impounded for 6 months, a Corvette, yeah. And then who pays the storage if it's returned and the judge says it goes back to the individual? You don't bill the individual, do you?
That's right. And in fact, not only would we pay the storage if we returned it, but we would have to pay the storage if we ultimately were awarded possession of that property.
If the item is returned to the individual and is deemed to be their property, we don't charge them for that opportunity that we took.
That's correct.
Any other further questions for Colonel Smith? All right, thank you again. Staying on that same subject, I'm going to ask Sarah Washburn to come to the podium, and then we'll talk about the mail threat after that. Sarah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Waymaster and members of the committee. I am the Assistant General Counsel with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and provided some 10,000-foot overview of the way that seized funds are held as well as expended, just in general, according to the statutes in the Asset Forfeiture Act, as well as by the KBI specifically. The second page of the testimony lays out the seizures of actual funds by the KBI as well as their expenditures. And as you can see, the KBI does not do nearly the same seizures as the Highway Patrol does. However, I also included, because I thought it might be of interest to the committee, the next 2 pages of our written testimony included a breakdown by county and then by law enforcement agency of the amounts of funds that were seized and sort of the breakdown of the cost of the forfeiture action, plaintiff's attorney's fees, and those would be the law enforcement agencies themselves, as well as the shared proceeds, which would come to, as a for instance, if the KBI were, prior to us having our own K-9 unit, to utilize a K-9 unit of a local law enforcement agency, we would provide some reimbursement for the use of that resource. And then lastly, of course, that last column is the net proceeds. As an example of what might incur plaintiff's attorney's fees, which would be the law enforcement agency. That is usually done at a local law enforcement level when the county attorney has declined and a local law enforcement entity seeks to proceed with the forfeiture by hiring a private counsel. I did bring with me today Jessica Crowder and Brooklyn Graves, and both of those ladies are program consultants and manage the asset forfeiture repository. If you have not taken a look at it, I would encourage you to do so. On the front page of that website are some really wonderful graphical representations of some of this data. There are multiple data points that each law enforcement agency is required to input for each forfeiture and for each seizure. And the repository itself is a wealth of information. There is a way to download that information into a spreadsheet if you choose to do it and wish to kind of manipulate and work with the data, but there are also some really wonderful graphical representations that are available for each year that the repository has been active. I'm more than happy to stand for any questions that the committee may have.
All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 2018 law changed a lot of how, I'm not real familiar with this, so.
I am.
Yeah, I'm sure, well, that's the reason I'm asking. I mean, I've heard it, but I know, so before 2018, if a law enforcement, sheriff's office or whatever, if they seized a car, they could immediately start using that car?
No, sir.
Okay.
Property is required to be kept safe, whether it's currency that's kept in a bank account or whether it's an automobile that's kept in a secured location, safe from any kind of degradation, until the court rules that it has been forfeited, and then it becomes the property of the law enforcement agency. And at that point, and at that point only, can the law enforcement agency begin to use it or dispose of it in some other way as contemplated by the Act.
That's the way it is now.
That's the way it has always been.
That's the way it's always been. So what did the 2018 change?
There were several changes, the most significant of which dealt with claimants' rights. Prior to 2018, the presumption was that upon mailing a notice of pending forfeiture, which is the way that you start that civil action, that service was good and the notice had been received by whoever the putative claimant would be. We changed that to require that service is in line with the Code of Civil Procedure, and we have to show service set to a very particular level in the legal field. Some of the other standards were, there were a list of things in the claim statute, which is 60-4111, and those were all mandatory. It was a pretty high threshold for a notice pleading. So we reduced that and said, you know, we created the form with OJA and said, if you complete the form, substantial compliance is now the standard, and if you complete the form, we're presuming substantial compliance. One of the other changes was also to allow individuals who wanted to contest the legality of the car stop, if that was in fact what happened, to plead the fifth on a claim, which allowed them to get into the process and be able to say, hey, this is my money, but I'm not telling you anything else about how I got it because that may implicate my rights. But I still want to be able to have a motion to suppress and say that you did not follow the Fourth Amendment in this stop and seizure. The other really big change was the creation of the asset forfeiture repository. So those, I think, are the most significant. So they deal with tracking in the repository, as well as due process enhancements in the statute itself to allow claimants more time to respond, a lower bar for them to respond. And it was really focused on allowing pro se claimants to be able to make an effective claim.
So before 2018, if, let's say, I was looking through here, it looks like Meade County scored a pretty good, like 109.
Sorry, which county?
Meade County, 109,000 or something. I was just
Sure.
quite a bit. But if they seized that before the 2018, did they keep that money in their own depository, or where was it?
I'm sorry, I can't speak for the individual agencies. My experience for 8 years was with the Highway Patrol and now with the Bureau.
But now, under the 2018, it has to come to the state to be held, or it doesn't? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I see. I think I understand. Let me try and answer it, and if I get it wrong, please correct me. My understanding is that the statute is pretty general in requiring non-state agencies to safekeep property. They just kind of leave it at that. The legislative post-audit that Colonel Smith referenced talked about it for state agencies. They recommended you having a pre-seizure and a post-forfeiture fund to keep those monies separate and avoid any commingling. I don't know. I think it's always been considered to be a best practice, but I can't tell you how many local agencies.
Okay, so the 2018 statute does not require that for local agencies?
I don't believe so. Okay. I don't believe it has that level of specificity in it.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Petty.
I'm just going to follow up on that. Could you just and he used Meade County, so I was looking at Meade as well. So if I look at, go down and look, it's on the second page, I'm sorry, and it's the second line, it says Meade County, and then it says the state action total forfeiture. Would you just go across there and just spell out for me exactly what that means as I see those different costs or fees that occur?
Okay. So the total is for any agency within Meade County that files an action in the Meade County District Court. So that they're looking at, in this case, there were only two entities who filed actions in the Meade County District Court. It would be the Kansas Highway Patrol and the Meade County Sheriff's Office. So they totaled the total amount that was forfeited in Meade County between those two agencies. And that would be the $134,795. The cost of the forfeiture action, we are required to input that into the repository, and costs of forfeiture can be anything from postage, because a lot of the ways that we provide notice to potential claimants is through certified mail, which costs, I think it's right around $12 to send out. And in order to provide good service, sometimes you send out multiple mailings because we have multiple addresses for individuals, or there are individuals who are not present who may be potential claimants. It can also be included, I would imagine, in the cost, probably not in this one, but maybe attorney's fees if you have to hire outside counsel. Quite frankly, from the year this was done, I was probably the Highway Patrol counsel who was doing that once upon a time. And I can't speak for the Meade County Sheriff's Office, but it would be those types of costs that are directly related to instituting the forfeiture action. We're required to report those and track those.
So that's why it looks like $974, is that right?
A total, yes, ma'am. That's what it looks like to me as well. And this is tough to read on paper, but it's much clearer if you're looking at it. And I got this directly from the repository. I literally just downloaded it that way. And then going over to the next column in Meade County, it talks about plaintiffs' attorneys' costs. That is where I would imagine that the Meade County Sheriff's Office, the Meade County attorney probably said, no, I don't have the personnel to do this action. If I remember correctly, there may be a one-person shop. So they would have hired private counsel to do that, and that private counsel would have billed out their time. So that would be plaintiff's attorney costs, and that's that third column. Sorry, I keep having to put my glasses up and down. Looking at the shared proceeds, again, to me, that would be the Highway Patrol may have used, they have $1,200 as an expenditure there. That may have been for assistance of locals on a traffic stop, the use of a local canine officer, someone like that. There is, from my experience, there's usually a percentage that the Highway Patrol would pay out for of the proceeds of any kind of forfeited funds to another smaller agency if we were utilizing some of their resources, because obviously that's a drain on a smaller agency or a larger agency. And then that last column is just the net. So the total state action, total forfeited, that beginning column, minus those debits in those next three columns, and then that's the net proceeds for that county.
So that 121,000 at the end was what stayed with the county?
That was the total by county. And then if you look at the next two numbers, it tells you, then the next line is the Highway Patrol had, let's see, $23,942, and the Meade County Sheriff's Office had what looks like $97,493. And those amounts were added up to make that total of the forfeited funds, that net proceeds in Meade County total. But those funds would have been returned to those respective agencies.
So if, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if in asset forfeitures, if anything went back, would these, does this mean that these costs, are they included? Are they taken out?
Are you talking about would be returned to a potential claimant? I don't believe that particular figure is contemplated in this graph, although there would be a way to look on the repository to find that information as well.
All right, thanks.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a flip to Johnson County.
Okay.
And I guess I'm just curious when it says Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission.
Yes. By statute, the Racing and Gaming Commission, and I'm guessing this would be illegal gambling devices they are forfeiting, or if there's illegal gambling proceeds, because they're a state agency who does, I believe, have assistant attorney generals assigned to them, they actually can engage in forfeiture. Same way, actually, the Department of Revenue could as well, for similar reasons.
So they went somewhere and found illegal gaming and racing gambling? Is that what it was? I mean, does Johnson County, do they not have a casino or?
Well, those would be legal.
Wyandotte County, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Johnson and they don't have a casino, so.
That's my best guess, sir, yes.
Okay.
I don't have those specific details. The Racing and Gaming Commission should be able to provide you with that information. But again, there may be some additional, I believe in the statute that created the forfeiture repository, there's very specific language that talks about the repository is only supposed to be a summary, and that if you need underlying details for each case, you'd have to go back to the originating agency. But that is my best guess, exactly.
Thank you. I just seen that and I thought that was interesting.
I hadn't even noticed that, so you're much sharper-eyed than I am.
Any further questions in regards to Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act? All right, see none. Thank you, Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Now I would invite Bob Stewart, who is the Executive Officer for the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. And I didn't know if Director Mativi, if you had any words to say. You don't have to. Okay, all right. Thank you, Director. All right, Bob, welcome to committee.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for inviting us to speak to you today. You've already got my written testimony, which I think covers the background of sort of the general national look at threatening mail. And of course, it certainly very much applies to what happened in June here in the state of Kansas. As you all know, there were more than 100 letters that were received by maybe even some of you in the room that would count as victims of this crime. Because of the interstate nature of both the mail and the fact that many states, besides Kansas, were involved, this makes it a matter that the FBI took primary lead in. So the FBI is the primary investigative agency. Of course, the KBI and the Kansas Highway Patrol, as well as some other agencies, are engaged in the active investigation in this matter. I want to, before I get to what little detail I can give you, which isn't much, sort of give you a little bit of an overview about the response at the time. The fire marshal has indicated to us that every single hazmat team in the state of Kansas was fully engaged in this process in that day and a half or 2 days afterwards, collecting the evidence, mitigating any potential damage, and involved in the testing process. 75% of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation response capability was tied up. What that essentially means is that should anything else have happened at the same time, your first response capability in the state of Kansas would have been very, very limited. So from just a general resources perspective, that was very concerning to us, and will be concerning to us in the future, that we don't have the capability at the KBI to respond to multiple big instances should they ever occur at the same time, because we were basically, every hand was on deck. All of our agents, all of our resources that were capable of being engaged were engaged at the time. Much like what Colonel Smith said, there's not much I can tell you about an active investigation. I will assure you of a couple of things, however. First, it is a priority both for the FBI and for the KBI, and I know for the Kansas Highway Patrol. There have been active leads that have been developed and are being fully investigated, and inside of those lead investigations, new leads are being developed. So this is certainly a priority for us, and it will continue to be worked until we either determine the perpetrators or we run out of investigative capability.
All right, and thank you, Bob. And we all realize that this is still an open investigation, so if you can't answer any of the questions, we completely understand. But one question that I have, because this is the budget committee, is how much is this going to cost?
We are still, it's one of those things, because the investigation takes time, it's going to cover multiple budgetary years. From a resource perspective that day, it was expensive. I mean, we are, in terms of simple things like gas budgets and overtime, I can't put a specific figure on it. We can provide that to you if you would like. But it was a significant lift and a significant expense for us, just that particular 2 days, much less the ongoing investigation, which will continue. We do anticipate in our future budget requests, one of the things that we see is that we don't have the analytical resource capability to have prognosticated maybe over the horizon and seen, hey, maybe there's some things that, based upon legislative action, we need to be concerned about and we need to advise you about. We don't have that capability to the depth we would like to have it. So we're going to make a request in the next budget year for the additional resources regarding analytical personnel. Side by side with that, we're going to make a request for some capability from I'm not going to use the right terms because my computer skills are fundamental at best, but we have these pools of data, and sometimes it's difficult to get a good analysis of all those data streams in a way that's digestible and in a way that can be dealt with in a very rapid period of time. So we're in the process of developing and potentially asking for funds for some relatively sophisticated programs, which are expensive, in order to not only understand what we know, but also take what the Kansas Highway Patrol knows and what they're sharing with us and what the FBI knows and is sharing with us, and be able to see and analyze that data, both for the current event, but also, again, for what's over the horizon.
Well, I just have to, speak for my personal experience with this. I mean, I came home on Friday night, got my mail, saw that there was an envelope from my hometown that had a postmark of Kansas City, which in my area of the state, it'd be Wichita. So that was the first red flag. The other thing is I have a 4-year-old at home. And had he opened that envelope and spread the contents of what was in that letter around the house over my 2, at that time, 4-month-old sons, I mean, it could have been a very different story.
Yes, sir.
And I don't understand the rationale. I don't understand the issue behind it. I don't understand why somebody would jeopardize somebody else's family. But on a state level, the next morning, I called KBI. You guys immediately sent an agent out to my house. My 4-year-old was chasing him around, calling him Mr. Policeman. But then the hazmat crew and the bomb squad from Salina came. We're in our front yard. I get a call from my father that I received a second letter at our office. And so not only did that bomb squad have to go from my house to our office, they also then had to go to Beloit and then McPherson all in that one day. And I mean, I was just looking at it as this is going to be a massive cost to the state that, we shouldn't be dealing with.
Yes, sir.
That's why I asked, and obviously, because of the situation, when we come to the KBI's budget, obviously, when the legislative session starts, we'll be having a very in-depth conversation about that. Yes, Director Mativi? Yes, you may.
You asked how, good afternoon, everyone, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity, members of the committee. I am Tony Mativi. For the record, I'm the director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and I wanted to provide another layer of context to that question of how much this is going to cost. From Friday at about 1 o'clock, when these calls started coming in, until Tuesday, when we had a meeting with the FBI and all of our partners about the status of the investigation. So for that first 96 hours, the KBI was the lead investigative organization in this case. Tremendous assistance provided by the Highway Patrol, Fire Marshal's Office, KDHE, and a number of federal partners, and many, many local partners across the state. It was truly a global effort when it comes to law enforcement in the state of Kansas. And Bob is correct. To our knowledge, there has never been a time in the history of this state where not just every single hazmat team, but every single bomb squad was engaged in this investigation. We've never seen that level of response before. But for that first 96 hours, the KBI was the lead. And as a result, you heard that 75% of our investigative resources were tied up on this case. At about the 96-hour mark, when we met with our federal partners, we realized this case was much bigger than just a Kansas case. And as much as I hated to relinquish control of the investigation, we agreed to switch places with the FBI, and they took over as lead, and we became a support agency at that time. But during that 96 hours, there was more than just the monetary cost. I can tell you with a fairly high degree of certainty that during that 96-hour period, we missed a load of fentanyl that had been imported into the state of Kansas. We got solid, actionable information about a load that came into a community in Kansas. We were preparing to go hit that house, and we couldn't do it until Tuesday evening because of all of the resources that were wrapped up on this case. By the time we got there Tuesday, we missed that load. We don't know how long exactly we missed it by, but it wasn't by much. So I can't tell you how big the load is, and I can't tell you how many fentanyl pills are on the streets in Kansas because we missed that load. But there's a cost there as well. We don't know how many people have died or have overdosed or who are going to die or overdose as a result of us missing that load. And the reason we couldn't go get it is because we had so many resources wrapped up in this case. So that's a cost that people don't think about when you talk about just the monetary cost of that huge mustering and application of resources. But there are other costs as well. And unfortunately, we can't quantify those. So again, I apologize for interrupting. I'll turn it back over to
That's fine, Director. And I think,
Mr. Stewart.
Bob, in your comments, or was it Colonel Smith, one of you mentioned 70% of the Highway Patrol was out, or KBI?
75% or so of the KBI responsibilities.
And so, you know, Director Mattivi is right. I mean, obviously, there was other things going on in the state that could not be addressed, which actually does have a cost factor to it as well.
Absolutely, sir.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And going back to that, I'd heard that in the media that fentanyl, you know, and that as much as it made me mad, I had the same situation a little bit. I came home from being gone for various reasons, hadn't read my email, so I wasn't quite as perceptive on the postmark, and I opened it up because it was a local or it was a local address, and you know my daughter was right there with me. We immediately, she got a bag and we put it in a bag, and the sheriff department did a great job locally. I called them, they came, got it. They actually did some initial testing on it, so they sent me back some, you know, early on, said that they didn't see anything. But I guess what gets me is, have you, and I'm sure you have, but have you looked at with the other agencies, the Highway Patrol, the local sheriff, all them, and maybe did some active planning of what to do if this happens another time? Because it worries me that this was maybe a test, you know, to see what I'm doing over here, and they're doing something over here. So, so that we don't have every, you know, we're getting done what we need to get done, but we don't have every asset all doing one thing. You know what I'm trying to say? Have you looked at some other scenarios?
Yes, sir. We spend a lot of time doing that. We haven't had a specific after action on this one yet because it's still an ongoing investigation.
Okay.
But let me pose this question to you. Can you imagine what those 96 hours would have looked like if this had been fentanyl?
Oh, yeah.
Right? And if it had been fentanyl, if even a very small percentage of the people who were exposed to the letters either overdosed or overdosed and died, you know, of the dozens upon dozens of letters that were sent out, if even a small number of those has resulted in overdose or worse, overdose and fatality, can you imagine how things would have looked in Kansas for those days? So that's something we think about a lot. We are constantly working to collaborate with our partners and strengthen our ability to respond to events just like this. And much of that will be encapsulated in what we present to you when the session commences.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I appreciate everything you did. I don't want to come across as being critical at all. That's not what I mean. I'm just, for the future, I hope we learn something from it, which I'm sure we will.
Right. No, I didn't take it as being
okay.
critical.
I just want to make sure
But to be fair, we often are critical of ourselves when these kinds of things happen because we want them to go as well as possible.
Sure. And I didn't realize until the deputy came, because we had opened it up there in the house, and you know, he started asking. It had been about 30 minutes by the time I called him, by the time he got down there, and he started asking, you know, how you feeling and everything. I didn't realize that fentanyl, you know, if you just from the dust and all that, I didn't realize it was that, you know, and so we were scared there for a little while, for sure.
Sure, with fentanyl, you can have a respiratory exposure,
that's
or
what
you
he
can
said.
even have a transdermal exposure, and that's one of the things that makes it so dangerous. That combined with the lethality of it and the fact that it is so dangerous in small doses.
Well, and I can kind of elaborate on that because I live in a small community. So when people found out that I received 2 letters, it was going around town. I mean, I'd be going to the grocery store and people would ask me about the letter that I received. But the two that were the most concerned was the postmaster and my mail carrier. Because I live out in the country and the mail carrier, brought my mail and she was afraid that there was something laced on that envelope. And at that time, I just had to reassure her, no, it wasn't. But I mean, there's other individuals that completely innocent that it could have had a very dire effect on. Colonel Smith, I think you brought it up. I know Congress has a mail machine that kind of sifts through the mail to take out any type of package or letter that might have been what was in the contents of these. Do we know how much one of those costs?
I don't. I can speak from where I came from at DEA, and at DEA headquarters, every piece of mail that comes to headquarters actually went to a alternate location first. It was x-rayed, and then it was run through a machine that was used to detect hazardous devices, basically by sniffing. So in the event, like for example, what happened here, those would have passed through undetected because the powder contained no hazardous device. But in terms of both of those machines put together, I don't know the cost. I can easily get that cost and provide it to the committee.
Well, I'm just curious because you said, some letters were received at the, Attorney General's office and other state office buildings. I mean, obviously, the individuals that we have working at the mailroom here are, for the most part, I think, retired gentlemen, and I don't want to put their lives at risk if we would happen to receive any type of mail like we did in June coming into this building. And I think it's just something that we might take a look at and see exactly what the cost might be.
Sure. And there are two costs, one for the x-ray machine and one for the hazardous device detection or hazardous material detection machine, but we can pair those up and provide that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Colonel. Director?
I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that at the KBI, we have a process whereby we open our mail at the Forensic Science Center in an isolated room under a hood, a negative pressure ventilation hood for purposes just like this. And I can tell you one of those hoods goes for somewhere in the neighborhood of $15,000.
Okay. All right, thank you. Senator Petty.
Thank you. There was, Bob, you made a comment earlier, maybe I just misunderstood it, about looking to this next legislative session and what you might bring forward, and saying something to the effect that recommending that predicting that certain areas might lend itself to being more open to creating some problems like this. And I'm trying to understand how you could do that.
We generally in law enforcement think of our analytical resources in two ways. One, at the tactical level, sort of like, I've got a case that I'm working, I need somebody to look at kind of the picture of the neighborhood, what kind of crime's going on. So it's very case specific. That's not what I'm talking about. We also have strategic level analytical capabilities where we not only look at the state of Kansas, and for example, in the fentanyl problem, potentially, we would have analysts looking at, hey, how many of our Kansas offense reports are indicating that this is an issue? Where's it coming from? Is it heavy in Johnson County? Is it heavy in Sedgwick County? Is it heavy in Sherman County? Where's it sitting at? And then even reaching out to the investigator levels and to the local analysts and saying, all right, what data do you have that you can share with us? At some point in time, that goes outside of the state, and we share with our federal partners and our state partners that join us to make a determination to sort of get the bigger picture. Once you get the bigger picture, there are ways then to say, okay, what's it going to look like next year? Is it probably going to get better or worse? Are our responses as law enforcement right now working or not working? Switching that back then to the question of the letters, maybe if we had the right analytical people looking at it, and of course this is in hindsight, we would have thought, okay, this is a very controversial issue, the bill that was passed, and then the override of the governor. There are people that hold that very dear to their hearts. there are radicals that particularly are at the edge of fanaticism on many issues, this being one of them. Where might that lead? And if we had the analytical capability to have sat and looked at that, maybe they would have said, okay, do we need to think about potential threats? And what would those potential threats look like? And then look historically at what people that are in similarly situated positions on any number of issues might have said and said, okay, well, maybe we need to think about educating our legislature about what to look for in their mail. Again, in hindsight, it's easy to see. Maybe if we had the right strategic analytical capabilities, some of that would have been pictured. That was the point I was trying to make.
I understand. I was thinking about legislatively, and I'm thinking that would be very difficult, because there are often, every legislative session, certain things that are controversial. It seems that that can, some years maybe more than others. And so I guess suggesting that this potentially could, that people should be on the or should be cautious, which maybe what's happened now will cause legislators to do that. But just as we heard here, I think, you know, when something comes to people's homes, it opens up another whole area. It's a different, in this building, but as we know, this was not in this building. This was outside this building.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure it touches home very, very closely.
Yeah. It didn't touch me, but it did touch other people.
Any other further questions in regards to this issue? All right, see none. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Director. Thank you to all those with the Highway Patrol for being here today. Committee, that actually wraps up everything on our agenda. I was going to have all of you look and see possibly having our next meeting either the week of September 11th or the week of September 18th. So if you could look at your calendars, get back with me by email, and we'll try to pick a date for our meeting in September. All right.